Uh, I got a post here, and it says how to keep up a new routine when seizure symptoms get in the way. At the moment, my neurologist is looking into the idea I'm having seizures or some kind of epilepsy. Uh, he doesn't want to say anything yet, but the EEG is leaning into it, even though he he's blasé about it. Like he panics about my symptoms when I'm explaining it to him, but when it comes to actually doing something about a reasonable pace, oh no, come to doing something about about it at a reasonable pace, he's kind of tanking on being a mental issue. So I'm currently undiagnosed, unmedicated, but it's likely that I'm having focal seizures. If it is the case, it's gotten worse over time. It's something similar to aphasia. Sometimes it just feels like I'm high or drunk to the point I can't do anything anymore. Sometimes I'm shaken. Sometimes I knock I knock out and collapse. Other times I'm just staring, sweating mess. Oh, I'm just a staring, sweaty mess. One of the worst being the once in a while hallucination thing where I can't understand something, so my brain just spits out an answer, or it actively fights the rational side of my brain that knows something is going on and trying to fight the irrational thought. One of the things I find really hard while having the symptoms is keeping up a schedule. Sometimes I completely forget about it and get really paranoid, and I avoid it because it feeds into scary thoughts. Just don't do it. Instead, instead doing it, oh, instead doing the staring thing. For example, I keep trying to pick up an exercise plan, but sometimes it gets in the way. Uh, Sometimes it gets in the way of it. Like I get I get too caught up in the high and drunk feeling, or the symptom is making me irritated. I can't do anything without getting mad. Like I'm frantic, but my body is lagging. Sorry for rambling. I just really feel I need to explain myself because I'm still not fully used to the idea of this isn't just me being lazy, or I'm not trying enough. I'm coming here to see if anyone has any advice on how to try and keep a routine up if the symptoms are getting worse. Modification tactics are also welcome. Uh, how to keep up a routine? Be repetitive about it. Train your body to be ready for this task every day, or train your body to know to do that task every day. Uh, keeping up a routine is hard, but yeah, it's probably possible. You got something, Angel? Or when it comes to my children, children will keep you up to speed. Definitely. Yeah, you keep me on my toes.
especially if it's Keppra.
You froze for a little bit, Angel, so I didn't hear anything you said except for especially if it's Keppra.
Oh, well, I was saying this person sounds like they might be new to the symptoms and everything. And like being irritable, that's one of the symptoms of some of the medicines. So,
Yeah. I just say for routines, you gotta keep a routine and just make sure you get used to that routine. Once you do it so much, you'll get used to it. But once you stop, you won't get used to it. It's like once upon a time, I was just doing laps to the corner, back and forth to the corner, And then one day I got to the corner and went around a little bit and walk in and keep going for days. And then eventually I just stopped. The next day I didn't feel like doing it. Wait, no, I stopped and didn't do it the next day. And then the next day I just never did it again because I have to stay repetitive. My mind has to stay repetitive. So I have to um, keep doing something or I'll forget about it or I'll forget it was the task I told myself I should do yesterday. Uh, yeah, but there are some comments here. One says, I got a notification today saying there's a comment on this post. Oh, no, that's the person writing the post. They obviously don't need help. But there is a comment here that says, oh my God, yes, this is the best way to describe focal seizures. And I'm going through the exact same thing. I would also describe it as being drunk or high when you're sober. I get headaches and just feel really blank, stare, and strange. Reading that made me feel so less alone, though. I thought I was the only one who felt like this. Yeah. This will help you figure out you're not alone. Got something else here. It says, do you guys ever get stuck on a word or can't just start a new sentence? Dealing with focal seizure symptoms, Doc is now hoping it's something that ANS related uh, in combination with sleep apnea. But at this point, part of me thinks he just doesn't want to talk to me about coping with the symptoms and that he missed the signs. So he can't be wrong or, in quote, I'll be mad at him. I'm like recontextualizing a lot of things I hate about myself that I'm starting to realize isn't normal in my normal or in my control. So my symptom I've noticed over the years is during some of the weird but lucid episodes, I keep repeating or getting stuck on words or sentences. It will start, it will also be playing out inside my head repetitively. Like I can't even dedicate my time to thinking about anything without it being in the foreground. Even if I don't want to say the word or if I want to drop the sentence, it keeps coming out of my mouth, even if it gets repetitive. I only notice it when I repeat words I'm actively trying to avoid saying. Like we're talking about a sensitive subject, and I specifically don't want to use trigger words. When it isn't a word I'm trying to avoid, I can just glance over it and the repeating thing, and it wouldn't matter even if I know it's not my choice to stop it. The other one is sometimes I need to finish a sentence to start the next one, even if the sentence is no longer relevant or something. Like I have to finish saying it or I can't continue the conversation. I don't know why, but I have to. Even if I stop midway, I don't always get it, but I always notice it when I need to cut it off, but I can't. It feels like my brain can't backtrack or it's processing in the moment. I notice I also have these kinds of reactions when I'm having the aphasia like symptoms. Again, don't know if I have aphasia when I have these episodes, but the common symptom matches. And that was the closest the hospital got to like evaluating my symptoms. It sometimes feels like I can't even control my way of communicating because my brain is malfunctioning. That's it. Okay. Yeah, I get stuck on words. I get stuck talking. I have the words there sometimes. Uh, but then the aphasia part, that's another thing. Uh, Aphasia, you could just that not be in your control. Um, my worst aphasia was when I had a stroke, and it was the worst aphasia. Well, that's the first time I ever experienced it. Uh, but I could not say the right words. And that's the first time I really paid attention to that. I just kept trying to get out words, and then the words I was saying was making no sense. So I would just be quiet and start over, and it would be the same. Yeah. Angel, do you ever get stuck on a word or just can't start a new sentence?
Oh, I get stuck plenty of times, and it's gotten to the point where I get stuck, and I'll tell people either wait 10 minutes and it'll come to me, and then I'll remember when it's irrelevant. You know, it's like,
Yeah. I
yeah,
don't think.
it comes with the territory, I think.
Yeah, I don't think some people know how bad the memory is until they have to deal with it over and over. Like, for real, you don't remember that? Real, you don't remember that? Well, if you're with me that long enough, you'll see I don't remember things. Uh, yeah. But yeah, I could be talking or I could be waiting for someone to get done talking to say what I have to say. And by the time they're done talking, I forgot what I had in my mind to say when they're done. If I don't write it down or type it in while someone's talking here, then I'll forget. Um,
Yeah, to write it down,
yeah.
type it, or text it to myself real quick.
Yes, I did that too. Uh, when I'm talking to someone and they're talking and I'm trying to get something in, just type it in my phone and I wait for them to get done talking. Other than that, I forget and won't remember what I was supposed to be talking about. But there is one comment here, and it says what you're describing with the repetitive word loops and needing to finish sentences before moving on sounds like it could be preservation. Oh, perseveration. Oh, perseveration. I'm not sure if that's what it sounds like. Can be perseveration, which is pretty common with focal seizures and aphasia type episodes. A neuropsych eval might give you a clearer answer than a general neuro would. For the speech side specifically, Better Speech has SLPs, which specialize in neurological stuff. This person has a bad case of aphasia. Um, got something here that says brain sometimes freezes when trying to read. I can read letters, but I can't put them together sometimes. I can't even read it out loud. I can't connect the letters. It usually happens. I wake up in the morning, which is when I have my seizures. Does it happen to you too? Is this dyslexia? Um, I don't know 100% what dyslexia is. Might you know, Angel?
Dyslexia is when you mistaken, like if you're reading, you'll mistaken letters for other letters. I know that.
Um, or some. I think I might. I don't want to say I think I might have that, but I'll explain something and you let me know if that sounds something like that. Sometimes I'm reading. If you don't notice, I'll say the wrong word and then I'll go back. Sometimes I feel like I see that word there and then I look back and it was the wrong word. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, that's like dyslexia.
I'll go get that checked out now that you say that. Because yeah, if you, I thought you guys might notice. Sometimes I read the wrong word and then I'm like, oh, it didn't say that. I'll just go back and hope nobody notices that I said the wrong word. But secret's out. Dyslexia is a common neurobiological learning disorder affecting reading, spelling, and language processing, often caused by genetic differences in the brain development. Symptoms include slow reading, poor spelling, letter confusion, and trouble decoding words. It is not a reflection of intelligence and can be managed with targeting with targeted educational support. I'm gonna have to look more into that, Angel. Yeah, my brain freezes when I'm trying to read all the time. That's what I was just trying to say. I don't know if many people get that all the time, but I have to stop. And definitely when I read in my head, I have to read out loud sometimes. Well, reading out loud helps me. Uh, I'll read the same line over and over, or I'll forget what was read if I don't read it out loud and hear myself reading it. Uh, yeah, I don't know if you guys' brain freezes when you're trying to read. But yeah, I get that quite often.
Yeah, I get that sometimes.
Yeah,
Like,
very often I get that.
what's going on here? What am I supposed? What was I doing, or something?
Right. Um, there's a comment here and it says, "Yeah, this happens to me too. After episodes, like the letters are just floating around instead of making words. Usually clears up after a few hours, though. I have dyslexia." Oh, another comment says, "I have dyslexia and focal seizure symptoms. This is something I have a lot of trouble with. Same with wanting to be able to talk, but my brain can't put anything together. So I accidentally just make a noise or I just stare wanting to talk, but I don't. It's like small things like this, one that irritate me the most because it's so simple and I was given so much shit for it because sometimes I can do and other times I can't. Again, I know for me, this usually follows aphasia symptoms where my speech skills take a sudden dip and I suddenly don't seem to be able to communicate. Same here, but mine isn't aphasia. Last time the stroke, I don't know what was going on, but that was the worst. The worst time I couldn't get my point across to people because I just couldn't get the words out. Uh, got another post here and it says, "How do you calm yourself down after a seizure? If yes, how? Does it have to be a minor seizure?" Uh, First comment here says, "Yes, you can stop a seizure from happening in the first place, but there have been studies showing that some techniques can prevent the seizure from spreading if it's not generalized. You can learn these techniques." I never knew we could stop it from happening. If I knew that years ago, I would have stopped a lot of seizures.
Oh yeah,
Um,
which I already go. I'm already out of it by the time the seizures, start. So
yeah.
that's
Mm.
before the tonic-clonic phase.
Yeah, I've never felt like I could stop a seizure, but that was what the first comment said, and I'm not gonna turn down someone else's experience. I mean, it's possible. Anything is possible these days. Everybody's body is different. There's another comment here that says you can't really calm down. The seizure once starts, there are electrical storms in the brain that just have to run their course. Best thing is recognizing your warning signs if you get them and get somewhere safe before it hits. Some people say deep breathing or certain techniques help with aura, but once the actual seizure kicks in, you're along for the ride. Same thing I said.
I want I want to say I find that funny because my last seizure, I was probably at the safest place I could be, laying down in my bed, and I threw myself on the floor, and I still got my face hurt and everything.
Um, yeah, that's off topic. I was going to say I've been having some daydreaming spells lately. I'm not sure if they're focals, but I've been having more and more daydreams lately, and it's getting uh, to a point to where I'm starting to feel like maybe I might need to point that out. Uh, you guys daydream and then get curious if it was a focal? Like it wasn't a bad daydream. It was a good daydream, but I was also. But then I was just like, was I daydreaming or having a focal? Because I had a long daydream. Any thoughts on that? Um, yeah, I'm not gonna worry too much about it, but it is something that keeps crossing my mind. Is that daydream?
Sounds like a focal to me,
Oh, don't say that.
like an absence. If you're
No,
just
I
staring
wouldn't.
out into space,
absence, you would definitely be missing time. You will be
right,
missing time.
right. But
That
he's staring out into space.
Yeah,
So
you're
it's
Oh
staring out
no.
absent.
into space, but it's
You're
like
not
Okay.
missing time.
like
No, not really. It's because I can remember the TV show we're watching and what happened and what's going on, but sometimes I'll just be blank, just thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking. And I'll tune into the TV too sometimes, but I'll just be like, oh, what was I thinking about? Uh,
yeah,
that was a long daydream
Yeah,
if I
that's
was thinking
different.
about putting something together. Huh?
yeah,
That's different.
yeah.
Okay.
An
I wouldn't
absence
say that's.
seizure is
I wouldn't say that's a focal.
you look like you're daydreaming, but you're just like blank.
Um, no, because I could be in a room with people. Uh, then my mom just asks me a question out of nowhere, then I go back to daydreaming. But it's usually a good daydream, so I have those thoughts there that I don't want to let go of. So I'm trying to keep that thought going. You ever get that? To where like you're gonna lose a thought if someone says something?
Yeah,
Another post here says disability question. What happens when you have no seizure streak? Hello, my shaky friends. The question is for people living in the United States on disability, what happens if you have a year streak without having a seizure? What happens if you go 2, 3, or 5 years? What happens if you get a VNS put in and it totally works? We all know that there is no cure and that this will be with us for life. But how does SSDI deal with no seizure streaks? Uh, are they checking in? I've heard that once you're on disability, it's extremely hard to get off. It's hard to get on, shit. Uh, excuse me, but yeah, I haven't been able to get on disability. Anybody on disability here?
I am, but
Um,
not for epilepsy.
hmm, okay, yeah. I'll read a few comments, but yeah, I've never heard anybody saying it's hard to get off of disability. That's the first time. Angel, you working on your appeal? I am.
I'm working on mine and everything.
I'm on my third. How about you?
I forgot what number. I just keep doing it and doing it and doing it.
Yeah,
I
I even met
rather
a doctor.
I just went to the disability um the doctors that they they requested, not my doctors, their doctors to check me out.
Okay. Um, Comments here. One says SSA audits happen from time to time. If you're able to work, you should be working. If you qualify or in quote qualify, you will have to provide you are unable to completely gainful activity. To complete gainful activity. Once you learn SSDI is not enough to live off of, you'll want to go back to work and you'll be flagged for review. Oh wow, that hurt. I had bad hiccups, you guys. Did you guys know hiccups? Men get hiccups more than women. Uh, yeah, I
Why
read
is
that the
that?
other day in the morning. Huh?
Why is that?
Um, I did look it up, but I'll look it up again. Hiccups more in men. It says
Maybe it's the grief we have to put up with from
males,
the women.
men are significantly more likely to experience persistent or chronic hiccups lasting over 48 hours, accounting for roughly 82% to 88% of these cases. While short-term hiccups affect all genders equally, the higher prevalence in men for long-term cases is often linked to smoking, alcohol consumption, or underlying medical conditions. Uh, I guess men drink more than women and smoke more, maybe. Hmm. Yeah. You guys get hiccups often?
No,
I think I get hiccups a lot because I'm talking a lot. Go ahead.
I used to drink a lot and smoke a lot, but that was a long time ago. And I don't remember hiccups back then.
Common thing with
Yeah,
seizures. We don't remember.
yeah. Sometimes my
But
hiccups hurt,
also, my
so that's why
age
I
plays
just
into that.
come again.
Is there also my age plays into not remembering?
All right, I got something else here. It says, when is it time to see a doctor? I have had minor seizures on and off since my late teens, about 9 years ago. I say minor because they're quite brief and I recover fairly quickly. But I do end up on the ground, fuzzy and postictal. My coworkers showed me one on our security cameras. It's like I got briefly electrocuted, LOL, stiffened like buzz, B with a lot of Z's, if you were wondering what that sound was. It says I stiffened like a buzz and fell. It doesn't kill me, but it is disruptive. I'm sorry. Oh, I am so leery of seeing a neurologist at all, at all, much less going through the ordeal of getting on meds. I've always said I will if it worsened or endangered my health somehow. My parents took me to a doc once as a teen, and he said, in his opinion, it was psychogenic. I have pediatric onset bipolar and was a troubled teen. You can't imagine the shockwaves that sent through the family relationships. Wait, sent through the family relationships the time. So I'm not hyped to enter a doctor's office again. To be clear, I have nothing but respect for the fact that many people have to live with non-epileptic seizures, that it's very real way some brains respond to stress, but with 9 years of data points behind me, they are clearly not correlated with any kind of mental distress. They're pretty randomly, they're pretty random, unfortunately. Not like I'm keen to trying again to tell an MD that, but in the past year, I have developed auras, bodily swooping sensation, kind of like a roller coaster ride, which I'd never gotten before. In the past few weeks, the rate has increased of both isolated auras and convulsions. My trigger has always been missed sleep or being over caffeinated, but in the last 2 weeks, I had four, and two were without any trigger I can see. That's quite unusual, and it unsettles me. This week, I also had one randomly in the middle of class. Ah, I'd love for that not to happen again, especially as my life is generally going really well right now. I have a 4.0 GPA and an amazing partner. My family are doing. My family are all doing well. Made a new friend. Got a great therapist. It's springtime. I'm otherwise relaxed, and life is on the up and up. I don't want Keppra rage or drug brain fog or anything crazy to endanger that. All right. Any tips on getting taken seriously at appointments? When is it really time to see someone for treatment? When is medication needed versus just rolling with it with trigger management? Mm. Okay, how you doing, Toaster?
I am doing good.
Yeah, this one was basically asking when is it time to see a doctor, and after all that, you can work on getting second opinions if you don't like one doctor, but he's saying, just have to. Well, that sounds dumb. I was going to say you just don't have to listen to those doctors, but you can always go see another doctor if you don't think they're right or you don't like how they're treating you or treating your case of epilepsy because all cases are different. Um, yeah. So the three questions here is when is it really time to see someone for treatment? When is medication needed versus just rolling with it? And trigger management. Any tips on getting taken seriously at an appointment? Tell them I'm going to move on. I'm going to get a second opinion. That might get you someone to say something. I don't know. Yeah, just go in there, advocate for yourself, or take someone with you too. When is it time to see a doctor, you guys?
When it doesn't feel right.
When it interrupts your life.
Yeah, and their doctor said could be psychogenic, so they're also worried about that part. Jeff, you got something?
Yeah, the answer to the first two questions is obvious. Now, that's the time. And the third, I have no clue. But the first two is obvious. If you're not comfortable, get it taken care of.
Right. One question I did catch here that caught my eye was when is medication needed versus just rolling with the trigger management. Just rolling with it and trigger management. Uh, I'd say I don't know because if you are having psychogenic seizures, I don't know if you take meds for those. I don't know about any of those cases. Never looked too much into it. Uh, if you're prescribed something, I'd say try it because you're prescribed it. Get a second opinion. Uh, yeah, medication is needed once it's given to you. I mean, not always, but uh, yeah, if a doctor says this is something you should take for this, try it at least. Unless, never mind, I'm not going to suggest bad suggestions. Yeah, got a couple comments here. And one says, find a neuro that specializes in seizures. Please get it taken care of now before it happens behind the wheel if you're driving. If it's happening as often as you say you have not been driving legally and could be held criminally liable for any accidents you may cause. Imagine how you'd feel if your partner was killed by someone ignoring this disorder. On a happier note, your life may change after be formally diagnosed, but life is what you make it. Toaster, the icebreaker today. Angel, I forgot what the icebreaker was. Can you please remember?
Something
this group.
that makes you feel dirty?
What makes you feel dirty?
Yeah.
I said walking to the garbage with no shoes because I do it quite often. Sometimes this house feels too big and I got to go way to the back just to get my shoes and socks and put socks on when I'm chilling with no shoes on and socks on that day. So usually I walk to the garbage with no shoes on and I know what's going to happen after. I just get in the shower because feet feel gross. And sometimes I sit on a couch with my legs up. So don't need dirty feet on the couch or walking around the house. That's just me. Toaster, you got anything that makes you feel dirty?
I'm trying to think. Hmm.
I can come
I
back
can't
to
think
you.
of anything. Yeah, sorry. I feel like I'm a pretty clean person.
Okay, I got something for you and Angel. Uh, it says better life after 6 months plus on Xcoperi? Question mark. That was a question mark. Has anyone here actually gotten through the titration and adjustment period on Xcoperi only to find their life better on the other side? Not just seizure control, but memory and ability to work. Oh, to get work done and engage socially. I have not taken Xcoperi, but I know Angel and Toaster have. I don't know if 6+ months if you guys have, but can you guys help me with that? Has life?
I can't say for certain. I gotten through my titration periods, and now I'm probably the highest that I know of in this group. I'm on
Highest I know of.
300. I'm on 350 milligrams now of Xcoperi, so because I'm still having seizures, so it's not fully controlling it yet. I'm hopeful, but you know,
Yeah.
it's what I can do. Once you get through the titration period, it's a smooth sailing. But as for seizure control, it's it varies on people. For some people, it's their miracle medicine, and for some, it's not that.
Gotcha. Toaster, how about you?
Um, well, I think it's helped because it's part of the cocktail that knocks me out at night.
I do love that part. I
Yeah.
just hate I just hate if somebody wakes me up after I take it, because then now I feel like spooky where I have insomnia and I'm trying to get back to sleep.
Oh, I'm an insomniac. It knocks me out. Though we did discover last week that I am able to get up if absolutely needed. My dad came into my room at like 1 o'clock in the morning because there was a huge bug in his room. Oh my God. And I thought I had dreamed the entire thing until the next morning. My dad came back and he's like, I still heard the buzzing. And we looked again and then we found it. It was this giant Japanese hornet.
That looks
And
big when you go like this.
oh yeah, it's pretty big. I don't know how it got in the house or into his room, but it got in there and it was already in the process of dying. But I had thought I had dreamed the
Japanese hornet.
entire thing, but I didn't.
You know, right, Toaster? Am I frozen?
You're okay.
Oh. Oh. Um. Hey, Andrea. Oh, you're on Xcoperi too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You came right on time then. This one here says better life after 6+ months on Xcoperi. Has anyone here actually gotten through the titration period and adjustment period on Xcoperi only to find life better on the other side? Not just seizure control, but memory and ability to get work done and engage socially. Well, you're engaging, obviously.
With you guys. Not too
That's
many other
socially,
people.
right?
It is.
This is a social environment. I don't associate with other people. I talk to you guys more than anyone.
Same.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I've been doing good.
okay. Life changer? Turn your life around after 6 months?
There's been so many changes over the last 6 months to a year in my life that I don't know what all to attribute it to, but I definitely think that it's benefited me. Put it that way.
Okay. Um, First comment here says 6+ years. I'm still taking it. Cut my seizures down in half. This is my staple medicine. I take 400 milligrams. No memory improvements, I wish. Also, I never had any side effects or anything negative from this medicine so far. Another comment says huge reduction in my seizures since starting it, but after nearly a year, I can confidently say my memory is broken. I don't remember anything or any important details or entire dates I went on with my boyfriend. Sometimes I think he thinks I don't care, but the memory is literally gone. But I have less seizures. A win is a win for me. Yes, that is. A win is a win. Even the small ones.
I wouldn't
Couple
say that
more
my
comments
memory's
here. One
any
says,
worse, but it's not any better either.
I said that at first, that it's not getting any worse, and then it just started getting worse. Uh,
I'm just saying, since I started the Xcoperi, I haven't noticed any big changes.
okay. Couple more comments. One says, I was on that last year until my new insurance couldn't cover it. The side effects were nothing on me compared to the others I've taken, Keppra and lacosamide, and it was helping me much more. I had to get a new one because my last one was going away, or WE. W.E. I don't know what that is. Uh, Another comment here says, I had a rough time on Xcoperi. I've been on it about a year, but the last month or two, I'm suddenly not exhausted. Oh, I'm suddenly not exhausted 24/7. My memory is still awful, but honestly, that could just be my seizures. It reduced my focal aware seizures, but I still have a TC once or twice a month. One comment says better sleep, fewer seizures, most of which were at night, still sleepy and forget schedules, etc. during the day. I wish I had a med that improved my life because
The sleep part is the
uh,
best part.
well, actually Lamotrigine has kind of changed my life compared to what it used to be. So I'm not complaining. Should I add Xcoperi for those taking Xcoperi?
I
I
think
would
so.
recommend it.
I recommend it for you because you know that could be the cause of your some of your seizures too, and that might just lower some of your seizures now that you're not getting that much sleep. You know,
Um I don't man. I don't know if there's like things to avoid because I just try to do the best I can, and it still happens every 3 months. So there's like getting enough sleep hasn't seemed to help. because there's periods I've gotten decent amount of sleep, and then yeah, so I'm not exactly sure, but I don't think sleep would help me. But yeah, lately I
Wouldn't
feel like
hurt.
it's coming. Yeah, if I ask for Xcoperi, they're gonna be probably ask, why do I think that? Like last time, told them I just wanted to get off Keppra, and they sent me to Lamotrigine. Has been good, but the sleep. Uh, yeah, but I got something here. Um, this might only be for Toaster and Andrea or Angel. I don't know how long ago Angel smoked, but it says, what are your experiences with smoking CBD weed? How often do you smoke it? Do you use it to recover from your seizures or prevent? Any particular kind or type of CBD? Any tips are welcomed. I have not smoked CBD weed. Yeah, I didn't think it was weed, to be honest. I thought they were kidding because they sell it at the corner store. So, yeah, I go to the dispensary. The corner store does have it, though. But, yeah, I don't understand smoking it. Uh, I need the THC. Andrea, Toaster, you guys ever
I
smoke CBD weed?
The CBD
Good.
is part of um, normal weed.
Okay. Yeah.
In fact, Charlotte's
You ever
Web
see
is
that weed at the
CBD.
store? You ever see the weed at the store and it's in the little weed jars and it says the name of the weed on there, then it says CBD at the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
That's what
never smoked
started
it.
before the Delta 9 stuff started coming in.
Does it help you?
I think so.
There you go. We got a good experience from it. A couple questions here. A couple comments here. One says recommended liquid, sublingual. CBD is easier to accurately dose and won't carry the same negative lung and throat issues you experience from smoking hemp. Before I got prescribed Epidiolex, I was buying tinctures from Horn Creek Farms. Thumbs up emoji. Another comment here says THC user here helps with symptoms, not prevention. Another comment says I don't like smoking it. I use the tincture, works, and it's convenient. Last comment says I take it from time to time using an herb vaporizer. I find a small dose, 50 to 100 milligrams, can help with seizures and recovery. No, can help with seizure recovery. Uh, Toaster, how do you like the CBD weed?
As I said, I prefer it with my THC.
Oh, you like to mix it?
Well, you get both.
Uh, Around here, they just have the CBD weed at the stores, and then you go to the dispensary and you get the weed without CBD.
No, you still get
Uh,
CBD with that.
no, the jar just says it only has CBD in it. That's
Yes.
what it says.
Yes, but the
But,
normal stuff still has CBD in it.
okay. Oh, my stomach is all over the place. All right. Questions about epilepsy medications and driving restrictions. Hello, I have had a couple loss of consciousness events that are being thought of as epilepsy, but nothing is remotely called concrete. Nonetheless, I am required to take Keppra, generic name, generic name, to be able to drive. My question. Oh, my questions are: one, has anyone's neurologist tested them to make sure they were actually taking the medication at the next visit. Did anyone have? Oh, second question. Did anyone have any adverse side effects or know what those are in general? Third question. Is there alternative ways to keep seizures in check outside of obvious things people and myself should do to take care of themselves? Good rest, healthy diet, low stress, etc., etc. Anything else you have to say is greatly appreciated, and I am new to this. Um, I don't suggest driving, especially if you're having some loss of consciousness seizures. That could be bad for someone else's family in a car on the freeway with you or stuff like that. Suggestions, you guys. They're looking for advice.
With Keppra,
Oh,
my
yeah.
advice is to get off the Keppra.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
have been
If
mine.
it's not working,
Sorry, I have to
yeah.
go,
If you're
guys.
having loss of consciousness, say that again.
Hey,
I have to
Toaster.
go. It's been a busy day.
All right. Yeah, I don't suggest driving, especially if you're not diagnosed yet and they're thinking it's epilepsy when you're having loss of consciousness. That's a good reason not to drive.
I would agree with
I don't
that.
want to end up doing. One comment here says, "My doctor did do blood tests to my doctor did do blood tests to test the after." There's no periods here, so some of this stuff doesn't look like it makes sense. My doctor did do blood tests to test be better after a week of starting Keppra. It could be different for you depending on your doctor. Keppra has no period once again. Depending on your doctor. Keppra has done wonders for me. Have had a seizure. Have had a seizure since I started a year ago. I do get some side effects like fatigue, and within the hour after taking it, and some Keppra rage, but I rather deal with that than seizures. Triggers are different for everyone. I'd say I always get a good night's sleep, so don't drink too much. I drink, but that's not a trigger for me, but I try to not overdo it. And caffeine is a major trigger for me. I've never had seizures because of caffeine, but I have anxiety and any sort of caffeine makes me feel like I'm gonna have a heart attack, pain attack, or die, LMAO. And caffeine makes me feel weird. Stay hydrated as well. Hmm. Yeah, I just suggest if you can like notice certain things driving, like the loss of consciousness, that's a reason I would stop driving. Um,
I think learning your own
Now,
triggers is probably the biggest and best advice anyone could give.
And don't drive.
Andrea, the icebreaker today would be Angel got the icebreaker here somewhere. I don't remember it. Hmm,
Something that makes you feel dirty.
there we go.
Dirty how?
For me, it's I hate when my feet are dirty. My whole body feels dirty when my feet feel dirty. So when I walk outside to take the garbage out, I usually go right and take a shower. Uh, and usually I only go outside to take the garbage out when I'm in the living room, and then I got to go way back to the room to get shoes, socks, and I just take the garbage out with no shoes, and then I just go to the shower when I can. Hmm.
For me, it's like the 90-degree weather that makes you sweat right away. Yeah,
Hmm.
I just want to take a shower too.
I would agree with both of those because the weather is definitely a big one, especially here in the summertime. I remember when I was working outdoors, I like the first thing I did was like I'd come home and get in the shower immediately. because I just felt disgustingly dirty.
Yeah. Yeah, mainly my feet. If my feet are dry and dirty on the bottom, then usually my whole body is like, keep looking at my feet. And sometimes I sit down with my feet under me or even cross my legs. Even if I'm sitting on the couch, I'll do that. So I got to keep those feet clean. Yeah. Uh, Another one here says, I'm sick of people telling me I'm not a burden. I'm sat here hanging around for a lift because everyone's too scared to leave me on my own. Of course, I'm a fucking burden. How do you get people to stop telling you that you're a burden when you know it's a lie when they say it? Mm. I, mm.
So
They're just
they've
like
got
calling this
people that
person
are
a
telling
liar.
them,
Huh?
are they, do they have people that are telling them they're a burden, or they just feel like a burden?
Yeah, people telling me I'm not a burden. How do you get people to stop telling you you're not a burden, even when, yeah, even when you feel like they're not telling the truth? How do you, yeah? Says I'm sick of being a burden. I'm sick of people telling me I'm not a burden. So there. Uh,
Ask them to stop or find different people. I mean, tell them it upsets you when when you say that. Like when you tell me that it upsets me, please don't say that.
Good. I'm with you on that one. Uh, say something. Yeah, it's the easy way. Um, one
What's up,
comment
Jeff?
here says, oh, one comment here
Usually,
says,
speaking for
go ahead.
myself, usually that comes up when I say to somebody, I feel like a burden. Not that they come out and say from the beginning, you're not a burden. It's I usually would bring up first that I feel like I'm a burden.
Do you ever
So,
feel like someone's lying when they say you're not a burden?
of course,
Yeah. Um, Got some comments here. One says, sometimes, oh, you need help sometimes. Everyone needs help sometimes. Calling yourself a burden will only be detrimental to your mental health. My source is dad tried to self exit after months of thinking along these lines. Uh, I think that's someone who doesn't have epilepsy. Oh, man. But yeah, tell those people that you feel like a burden, whether they say it or not, and you don't feel like they're telling the truth. So, yeah, if you don't say anything, nothing will change. How you feeling today? I don't think I asked you that today, Andrea, have I? I'm usually going, well, it's a day.
It's been stressful dealing with insurance and paying bills and all that kind of crap. So just a stressful day, but okay, I suppose.
Brand new to this
Uh,
after 4 days in the hospital. Hello, everyone. I've been reading posts all day and I am in awe of everyone's strength. I'm brand new to this and feeling scared, but very grateful to be alive today. Summary: I had my first known seizure this week at 39 years old, lasting a couple of minutes, resulting in unconsciousness. Husband called paramedics. They were able to wake me, was taken to the hospital conscious. No memory of this. Had second seizure at the hospital and was put to sleep. ER struggled to keep my blood pressure up. Woke up a day later briefly and went back to sleep. First memory is 2 days later waking up to the EEG machine running. Stayed in the hospital, total of 4 days, put on Keppra, then Depakote, then Vimpat, and finally I am taking Tegretol. Diagnosed with epilepsy, referred to neurologist next week. I'm trying to understand what happened to me and wrap my mind around it. The doctors didn't explain anything, and my mind is blank for the most of this. Also, I have no known family history and relatively healthy. Don't drink or use drugs. Could someone with experience maybe give me a rundown of information I need to know, questions to ask the doctor, things to consider for myself? I understand this is not medical advice and will not be taken as such. I will be reviewing everything with the neurologist before taking any major steps in any direction. So the question would be, could someone give me an experience, give me the rundown of information I might need to know, questions to ask the doctor, and things to consider myself. What caught me is they said they're taking 4 medications. Just first seizure. Now you're taking Keppra, Depakote, Vimpat, and Tegretol.
Maybe they just tried all of those and they're not on all of them. Like they put them on one, it didn't work. It was showing on the EEG
Okay.
it wasn't working good, so they switched them to the next one, and the same thing to the next one to the next one. They might not be taking all of them at the same time.
Taking
I
4
mean,
at once is a toughie. And
yeah, that's
Andrea,
brutal.
yeah, I was on Briviact, Vinpat, Miftuxamide, and Clonazepam all at the same time. And that's not even including like SSRIs and other stuff. They're brutal.
Would just tell them, welcome to this shitty club we're in, first of all. And it's good that they're going to see a neurologist. Write down questions that you have so you don't forget to ask them when you're at the doctor, and write down what the doctor says because you won't remember it when you get home. And keep track of anything and everything. Try and figure out what your triggers are. Get plenty of sleep, stay hydrated, all that stuff. And there was something else, but I forgot. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, research your medications and see what side effects to look out for. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm. Thing I was gonna say when you said they probably tried those on different days. I was thinking, well, it says they stayed in the hospital for 4 days, and to try a different medication every day
Seems
would be a
like a
lot.
lot. And they wouldn't be able to get
Um,
full therapeutic dose in their system in that time before they switched them. So I don't know.
yeah,
Just wasn't real clear.
right. Uh, but yeah, see your neurologist. Take notes. Tell your neurologist everything that happens. They said they see a neurologist next week. So yeah, keep in touch with that neurologist. Ask as many questions possible that you need answered. And I hope everything goes good. Hope the neurologist treats you well.
Epilepsy Foundation website has a lot of good information too. Different seizure
There
types
you
and
go.
whatnot.
One um, one first comment they here that says, "Hey, first off, I'm really glad you're okay and made it through all that. 4 days in the hospital sounds terrifying, especially with no memory of most of it. The med switching they did is pretty normal. They're basically trying to find what works for you with the least side effects. Tegretol is solid, been around forever. Definitely write down any side effects you notice before seeing the neuro for questions I'd ask would be, why did this start now at 39 with no history? What are triggers to avoid? Driving restrictions in your state? And if they think this was a one-off thing or something that'll keep happening, also ask about medication timing and what to do if you miss a dose. That waiting is not knowing is honestly the worst part. Once you get some answers from the neurologist, you feel way less lost about everything. One more comment here says, I'm really sorry this happened to you. I had a similar experience where I just kind of woke up and I was in the hospital. The doctors also didn't really give me any clear answers. It's definitely been a journey for me, and it was very confusing at first. I think the other commenter had some good questions for you to ask. Just try to take things slow and lean on your family. Reading things here has helped me a lot and learned more about my situation. Likewise, learn more about the situation and yeah.
Don't be surprised if they can't tell you why you had a seizure, though, because that's most people don't know why they started having seizures.
Right.
You know, I
Except
had
for
my
me.
first one. Yeah, I'm just saying I had my first one in my early 40s, and they still have no explanation why. I just had a seizure at 5 o'clock in the morning. Never had one before in my life. No history of epilepsy in my family either.
Okay. Mm. Yeah. Um, Shout out to everybody out there watching. Press that like button. Uh, I'm gonna go through the comments here. Oh no, I did the comments. Next post said, does anyone have a similar experience? Hey, I'm hoping someone had a similar situation I could share how it resolved. Oh, hoping someone had a similar situation and could share how it resolved. About 10 years ago, I had a syncope with my hands stiffening and possible eye rolling triggered by being in a warm room. I slightly hit my head on the floor, so they did an X-ray and EEG. X-ray was fine, but an EEG done 3 months later showed one paroxysmal fast activity. Can we? Can you tell me if this word sounds like paroxysmal? Paroxysmal. Paroxysmal is what I said. Yeah. You're looking at it like, what the hell? Yeah.
Spell it again.
Paroxysmal. Paroxysmal. Does that look like paroxysmal?
Yeah, it does. It says
Anyhow,
it's a sudden, intense, and temporary onset or recurrence of symptoms such as spasms, pain, or heart palpitations that occur repeatedly and often unexpectedly.
all right. Learn something new every day. Well, here every day. I'll continue this. It says I slightly hit my head on the floor, so they did an X-ray and an EEG. X-ray was fine, but the EEG done 3 months later showed one paroxysmal fast activity. They said it wasn't anything to worry about, and that was that. Fast forward to now, I recently had another episode and looked a lot like a tonic seizure, again triggered by period pain and a warm room. My whole body was stiff and shaking, eyes rolled back, torso bent upward. It lasted about a minute. Then I was unconscious for a few more minutes, woke up abruptly feeling like I've been dreaming. For 3 days after, I felt extremely weak and like my muscles are sore. I went to the ER, but they brushed it off as a common syncope and didn't even suggest an EEG. I requested one through my GP, and it showed diffusely dysrhythmic or dysrhythmic. Okay, diffusely dysrhythmic with a wild focus left frontal. Oh, there's so many weird words here. Well, not weird words, but frontocentral temporarily. Um, you got to help me say this one, Andrea. FRONTOCENTEMPORALLY.
That's too
Frontal
many letters
central.
to make
Interparietal.
sense.
What
Say
was
that
that,
again.
Jeff?
There's too many letters to make sense to a normal person.
Right. Um,
I think it's like the front central part of their. Isn't there like a
yeah,
parietal region in your brain?
no idea, but long word and hard to pronounce. So it says, I went to the ER, but they brushed it off as common syncope and didn't even suggest an EEG. I requested one from my GP, and it showed diffusively dysrhythmatic with a mild focus left, whatever that word was, another unrelated mild focus right, centroparieto-temporarily, uh, and frequent paroxysmal tendency. A second EEG a month ago showed similar results. Doctors said it was nothing, and that some people just have EEG changes without having epilepsy. But I'm concerned since 3 out of 3 EEGs found something. I also have extremely painful periods and feel like I might faint during. Though pain relief seems to help, has anyone had similar EEG results? Did you seek a second opinion? I really appreciate hearing experiences and thank you for reading so much. So, back to those words I could not pronounce. Never heard of them to know what they meant or what this person might be going through. Um, so, yeah, I haven't even heard those words in the hospital. Doctor hasn't said those to me. My EEGs have been normal. Did this person say their EEGs were normal?
No, they
I
were
can't
all
remember if I
three
read it.
different. I would
Oh, okay.
find a different neurologist. Try to
Give
find an
second opinions.
epileptologist and have them explain the results to you.
Right. Yeah. Uh, See that neurologist and ask them for, write things down and ask them every question you got. It'll help. Uh, Another comment here, though, says if anyone witnessed you having an episode, their account matters. Also, what doctors have been seeing matters. See a neurologist that may help. And another comment just as a person saying, I did go through that. I'm so glad we could help people. Okay, this is a good one. Dealing with my emotions. I started having seizures in January this year, tonic-clonic seizures. This has led to a diagnosis of epilepsy at 29. My mother developed seizures in her early 30s. It seems it seems I have inherited that gene. The doctor said we the doctor said we are just odd, as he's never known anyone to develop seizures randomly at our age without prior injury, etc. Nevertheless, here we are. We both suffer with migraines and have done since children. I've been banned from driving for 12 months until we can get my seizures under control. I also have to likely leave my job as I work with knives and there isn't really any reasonable, fair adjustment my employees can make, my employers can make. I can no longer use the tools of my trade in a safe, predictable manner, and therefore I can no longer perform my role. I feel angry. I feel like I have wasted 7 years in the trade I'm in, honing my skills, learning from the best, only to have it ripped away from me. I also feel as though I have lost my freedom, my independence. There is no bus route that reasonably takes me to work, so I've been relying on family, colleagues, and taxis to get me about. Another thing is I have lost faith in my body. I thought I knew myself and knew what I was capable of, and the rug has well untruly been ripped from underneath me. I don't know what any of this means right for me right now. I don't know what I'm going to do for work, for money, how I'm going to get around, how I'm going to maintain some level of independence, etc. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't get my emotions under control at the moment. I've never felt so lost where I start and what to do. What do I do to deal with these emotions? Come here. You need someone to talk to. But I'm not going to say it's nice knowing you can talk to your mom about it. But I think that would have helped me if I had my mother to talk to about my epilepsy. If she had it and was able to help me get through the beginning. I don't know how old the mother is now, but oh yeah, obviously she's not 30 because that's when she got it. And he's 20. But yeah,
I
you
would
gotta
say
talk to
find a
someone.
new I would say find a new neurologist for one, because a neurologist saying they have never seen anyone develop seizures out of nowhere is full of shit. But also find a therapist to talk about this. But everything you're going through is perfectly normal for someone newly diagnosed, because it does literally feel like the rug was ripped right out from under you, and you have to readjust your whole life around it. And it sucks sometimes.
Yeah, yeah, I like what you said. It makes you adjust your whole life. I'd say get ready for that part. That is life adjustment material. Yeah, yeah. My life didn't adjust; it changed. But dealing with emotions, having someone to talk to would help.
Definitely.
You're already on Reddit. You found somewhere on Reddit. Now just come here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hope you find the best. And I got some comments here. Um, one says, if you have auras before your seizures, do you tend to know they are coming, or does your body give you any warning of it all? It seems kind of harsh to have to leave your job. I work in food service. I was a meat cutter for many years, and currently I stand above grills, fryers, work with knives, etc. I do get the hesitation and fear. Another comment here says, sorry to hear that, brother. Can feel everything aside. Can feel everything aside. Have been through the same waters myself. I officially diagnosed back in 2010 when I was 8. And many of my seizures were also shredded to pieces. Oh, many of my dreams with seizures were also shredded to pieces, and my emotions had also gone for a sixth cause of side effects and the mass bullying, but would need to accept it and give it time to heal, as thinking about it would only make it worse. Would always be around if you ever need to talk. Yeah. Coping, basically that's coping, dealing with it and coping with it. Here has been the best help. Talking to people who know what I'm going through, and yeah, just looking through the internet and finding people who actually going through it has helped. From looking
I
from
second
Twitter
that.
to yeah. When they say don't believe everything you see on the internet, Sometimes you might need to if they have epilepsy. Believe those firsthand experiences. Do you ever think anyone lied about their firsthand experiences? And they're like, oh, I deal with this. And then you just follow that. And then I thought about that. I need to stop listening to people, is what I was telling myself the other day. I'm just listening to people and going off their advice. It hasn't helped me, but I need to start questioning things more before just following advice. Something I personally told myself.
Questioning it is a good idea.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not bad to hear other people's experiences, and you might find something that helps. But don't just blindly follow some random internet stranger.
Right.
You should always question everything you read on the internet. You can still
Yeah.
go ahead and take and do it, but certainly question it first.
Okay. Good advice. There's a comment here in the comments that says, how does your head feel? Do you have a strange feeling up there? No, I do not. Having quite a good day. That was a comment on YouTube. So, yeah. I don't know if they were specifically talking to me or you, Andrea, but I guess we'll know when they hear it. Press that thumbs up button. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't remember having funny feelings in my head now.
Okay. I got another post here, and it says, I don't want to live in fear. This is going to be kind of a rant and event. And yes, I know a lot of fears are irrational. I just need to yell into the void for a bit because everyone in my life looks at me like I kicked a puppy when I voice it out loud. I've had 2 seizures, one focal and the other focal to bilateral tonic-clonic, coming up on a month since my last seizure. Midway through titrating up on Lamotrigine to 300 milligrams. I'm okay with having epilepsy. I'm okay with having to take meds for the rest of my life. I already do for ADHD and depression and anxiety. Alcohol was easy to give up. I can deal with not driving for 3 to 6 months, but I'm only 21 and I'm so terrified of not being able to do things I love. I am an avid swimmer. I'm so thankful for my seizures started after my last D1 season ended. I'm not allowed to be in the water for 6 months, but I'm terrified that I might keep having seizures and that I'll have to severely limit its role in my life. I also love hiking. My neuro is supportive of me staying with the hiking after being seizure free for 3 months. As long as I don't push myself too hard, hike where it's accessible to emergency services, and go with my boyfriend and carry my rescue medication. But it's still going to be a very big change for me, and I've pretty much given up on all new summits I wanted to reach this summer. I'm doing my master's in biomedical research, and I can get stressful at times, but I don't want to give up on it. And I don't want to limit myself to where my family is just because I'm about to, okay, they need periods. It says, don't want to give up on it. And I don't want to limit myself to where my family is just because I'm about that. I'm about to need to go someone to drive me all around. I was even thinking about med school, and I don't know about that now either. And to make things worse, someone in our family friend group lost their son 3 months ago to SUDEP. So I'm getting unsolicited advice from my parents. Oh, from all of my parents, friends, and my family. And 6 of them are doctors and one a neurologist that specializes in sleep medicine and epilepsy. The constant phone calls are driving me up the fucking wall. Live, laugh, love Asian families. I'm militantly taking my meds on time, staying active, going to therapy, and eating well. Sleep deprivation is my biggest trigger, and the Lamotrigine has helped a lot with the insomnia and general sleep issues. What? And I've been consistently getting 7 to 8 hours. I know the rates of remission for epilepsy are relatively high, and there is still a lot of options I can try if this fails, but holy fuck, this is a lot to deal with. How do you guys deal with stuff like this? All of you are such troopers.
One day at a
That
time,
is
one
a
foot in
lot to
front of the
deal.
other.
Yeah. Put one foot in front of the other, a day at a time, especially when your family is all the unsolicited advice. And then you said you got a bunch of doctors in your family and then a neurologist. So you're going to have a decent amount of different opinions unless they're all talking with each other. Yeah. That's an, I would say that's a good situation, but then I could see where it would be messed up because you don't want to keep hearing you should do this, you should do that, and then there's several different doctors and people. So that's a hard one. Everyone can't just move away from their family, but yikes, I don't know what I would do with that.
Don't give up on your dreams, but you're probably, it's very likely you're going to have to adjust your life to deal with this. And I highly recommend not driving. It's not worth killing somebody to go wherever you want to go.
Yeah, they're getting their masters in biomedical research, so they're going into the medical field as well. Is that medical field, or would that be different?
I would say so.
Mm. Mm.
They said they were considering med school too. So
Yeah, it says they're doing masters in biomedical research. Uh, yeah, and focal to bilateral tonic-clonic. Heard of it, but I don't have those. Uh, yeah, shout out to Lamotrigine. Take some Lamotrigine gummies. Lamotrigine gummies. Shout out to Nature's Made. See you later, Jeff.
hi, Jeff.
They got these Nature Made gummies, B12. Those
Right.
stop my focals. Hey Jeff. One last thing. I'm 9 days away from no focals for a year.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah. I'm almost focal free for a year. It's been awesome. Yeah, had to point that out. Big success right there.
You gonna celebrate it?
Uh, just go get drunk or something? No, I'm kidding. Definitely not gonna get drunk.
No, but I mean, you could like roll an extra one or, have something special for dinner. There are ways to
the last time
celebrate
I
without
rolled,
getting drunk.
the last time I rolled something, mm, was at least maybe 3 to 4 months ago.
I've never successfully rolled anything. My hands don't work like that. I can't do it.
Yeah, get you a roller, or I started vaping. I've been strictly vaping. It's good. Yeah, I don't smoke as much now. I can smoke a little bit and be cool because otherwise I have to go look for the pen several times and other times and more times. Shout out to the viewers. Press that up button. And yeah, just where were we at again?
Talking about you being 1 year focal free. And celebrating.
Yeah, there we go. Big party coming. A lot of alcohol.
No, stay away from the alcohol.
At my party, I'm gonna go press every trigger button until I see one. That would be wild. I wouldn't do that, of course. Put my mother in that. Have her dealing with this shit. Got a comment here though. Actually, this person said the Lamotrigine has been helping with their insomnia. That's another thing that caught my attention. Because it's done the opposite for me. And it says, sleep deprivation is my trigger, and the Lamotrigine has helped a lot with the insomnia and general sleep issues. The total opposite of what I'm going through. That'd be awesome if it could just like change and yeah, insomnia to no insomnia.
I'm sorry you have insomnia. I try to sleep extra for you.
Nice. At least 3 minutes helps me. Get 3 minutes from every person I know, I will at least have an hour of extra sleep.
Well, I had 20 extra
Oh.
minutes last night because I slept 8 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, nice.
I've been sleeping really good. Don't know why.
You bragging?
No, not bragging. Just happy about it.
I'm happy for you. One of the comments here says, sorry to hear about the distressing news and agree epilepsy can really change everyone's life around and really screw and shatter dreams and independence, as I think very few people might be there, would be able to I think very few people who might be there would be able to understand it more than me, as I've been epileptic for almost all of my life now. But guess it's not that hard when you have a supportive family around. Just hope the medications work fine and fine for you and things get normalized as soon as possible. Can always reach out this side freely if you ever want to talk. Or you can just come here. But with that person, a lot of things goes along with their family being doctors. Yeah, that's the part that I know is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it would be nice to have 5 people in my family be doctors. That'd be cool to get a few opinions, but not. This person says they're getting basically bombarded with opinions.
Yeah. Having someone to go to for an opinion versus a bunch of unsolicited advice is two totally different things.
Right. Yeah. I got another one here, and it says epilepsy at 33. I'm a 33-year-old male and I never had a tonic-clonic seizure in my life until January 30th, 2026. It sent me to the hospital. 2 days later, I had 2 massive seizures. One sent me to the cardiac arrest and spent the next 7 in the ICU. I had symptoms for months and I had no idea what it was. Just strange feelings of words not making sense and like there was an ominous presence in my head. I now understand those were focal seizures. I should have went to the doctor about it, but I had no clue what I would have told them. I didn't know what it was and didn't want to deal with the doctors, but about it, but I had no clue what I would have told them. I didn't know. I think I read that line. I didn't know what it was and didn't want to deal with the doctors and our wonderful American healthcare system anyway. So now I have epilepsy at 33. I'm on Keppra, and it seems to be working, but I'm very terrified. Every time I get slightly confused, I feel like I will have a seizure. I feel obligated to tell family every time I feel even the slightest thing, and I can't tell if I'm just being paranoid or if I really have some kind of focal seizure going on. This also makes them more unbearable and smothering. My family won't leave me alone. I feel like a zoo exhibit. Everyone constantly checks on me while I sleep. I feel like my life is ruined. I feel like I just want to go back home. Even even that will come with an epi monitor and a camera pointed at me. I don't know how to get through this. This has been the strangest time in my life, and I'm 33. Um, it's looking for advice. Uh, you could also ask your family you don't want to be. This person also sounds like, they're looking like a zoo exhibit to their family. And they're constantly checking on you. That part, been through that. Um, yeah, you got to tell them, um, you're hovering or always there, or not always there because you need someone there. But the always checking on you part, been through that. Uh, and yeah, if you don't say anything, nothing will happen. But I will not be having a camera looking at me over my bed anymore because I live with my mother. Um, so the last place I live, I had a camera there, and she's looking here 300 miles away at me. No more cameras watching me sleep. uh,
I
that
got
did
one
really
watching me
feel
sleep.
like, I mean, it's cool and all. Like, I understand yours, you live alone, but my mother could come back here and just be like, "What are you doing?" But then when I lived 300 miles away from her, then she'd have to call. "How are you doing? I haven't seen you on camera today. Are you all right? Are you at home?" Similar stuff like that. Uh, yeah,
I
I'm
see
just
your
glad I don't
point
have to go through
entirely.
that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel like if you don't say anything, your family won't change.
that's right.
Let them know you dislike how things are going, and yeah, if
But keep
you,
yourself safe.
yeah, yeah,
Do
because
what
you
you
can go
can to.
crazy trying to fight your family on. Uh, go ahead
I'm just saying, if do what you can to keep yourself safe, because I mean,
and
there's a
sane.
lot of things. Yeah, and sometimes you have to set boundaries with people,
It's,
even close family and stuff. You have to kind of put your foot down and be like, look, knock it off. I can't deal with this. It's adding to my stress. Increased stress is possibly trigger seizures, so you're just making things worse. And then maybe if you explain it to them in that manner, they would understand and back off a little bit.
yeah. I like how they said everyone's kind of treat them like what is
Zoo
it?
exhibit.
Yeah, a zoo exhibit. Uh, everyone constantly analyzing your life. Feel that I'm there with you. Everyone constantly analyzing everything you do and like, oh no, you shouldn't do that. It's not safe. Oh, I hate that. It's like let me do what I'm gonna do, and I'd rather you
Still
at
got to live
the
your
end
life.
say, you should. Yeah, and I'd rather someone in the end say you shouldn't have done that rather than don't do that because I could succeed at that and then just had never tried because someone said it's not safe for you, which has
Yeah.
happened a lot of times with me. I just done things because people said you shouldn't do things. It didn't get me anywhere. Yeah, I almost said don't listen to your family, but yeah, yeah.
You still got to live your
To each
life.
his own. Yeah, live your life. Don't let anybody stop you from living your life. I did that for several of the first 10 to 12 to maybe 15 years, letting people constantly be like, okay, this is what's safe for you. You should do this. And I just followed those for some reason. Uh, but yeah, coming here, I've learned how to speak up for myself. You got to advocate for yourself against doctors and people not. Yeah. And then there's a comment that popped up here that says, "What is Andrea's fourth med? Lamictal, methoxamide, Xcoperi, and what?"
That's not what I'm taking. And
Oh,
I'm not on 4 meds anymore. So
oh. I guess someone heard you say four meds because I don't remember that. But
I was
I don't.
previously, but I'm not anymore.
Oh, I was gonna say I remember you saying you used to be, but not now. So I don't know who got that information. Uh, oh, maybe someone heard you say it. Remember this person heard you say it. Um, but yeah, I'm glad you're not on four meds anymore, and it's working. So you never had to be on them; they were just giving you shit.
Yeah. Hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah. So to the advice about being 33 with epilepsy, first comment here says I had my first TC ever and was diagnosed at 35. I understand the shock. It will be a complete change to your whole life. Get ready.
Yeah,
Another
I
comment
agree
here
with that.
says I feel you. Yeah. Another comment here says I feel you. We feel you. Most of us have gone through the same thing to one degree or another, in one way or another. It is like a death there. It is like a death. There is normal, difficult individual levels of grief. Kind of the same with the diagnosis of epilepsy. You have had exceptional serious health occurrences, which makes you even more concerned, rightfully so, understandably so. The thing is, the choice that you have to continue to work closely with all your doctors, each kind of medical specialties. Eventually, you will reach some degree of stability, hopefully fully stable, and good luck. Uh, I find so many comments a day that have no periods. I don't understand how people don't know how to write. You got to put a period every now and then, unless you're doing it on a phone and you're just tap 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 or read to text. Some people do a lot. I know. No comments. I
Yeah,
mean, no commas or anything.
they might be doing the like talk to text stuff and it's not
Yeah.
punctuating their phrases properly.
There's one here says, yeah, even anxiety itself can be a side effect of post seizure activity. It's definitely normal and expected to feel like that. Anytime I make a noise or close a drawer slightly than expected, my wife comes up running in of yells from the other end of the house. Did you guys understand that? I'm going to read it straight to you. Anytime I make a noise or close a drawer slightly, lower than lower than expected, my wife comes running in and yells from the other end of the house if I'm okay. Drives me nuts sometimes, but it just means she loves me. It will take time for them getting used to it. It's a whole situation for someone for it's a whole situation for someone and everyone, but it sounds like you're at very least you have a good support system and people who love you. That's something positive to focus on. The focal seizures, yeah, it takes a while to be able to distinguish from normal deja vu type things, and an episode just got to go day by day and feel it out. Eventually, you will know when it happens and assume whatever safe position you can. It also entirely it's also entirely possible that the medication will do its job right away and you won't ever have anymore. Happens all the time. Welcome to the club. Now you can tell people you're part of the shamanic class and get to research that stuff. One more comment says, did you ever have that weird burning smell or like feeling like you're gonna smell something that's off-putting. I'm sorry, I don't know how to word this right. Before mine, I had weird sense of smell. That was a question without a question mark.
I would assume that they're having the like aura where they smell something.
mm,
The phantom
mm.
smells.
Yeah.
Um, I had that the other day, and that crossed my mind. It's like, is it an actual thing that's going on with me? I kept asking my mom, "Do you smell that?" And it smelled like the garbage, but the garbage was empty. Uh, and I was going like this. Couldn't figure it out. Smelled my breath, my underarms. I looked around to see what I was sitting. I went and it might sound bad. I went and even to smell between my legs to see like what is this smell? Where is it coming from? And
I'm
I couldn't
impressed
feel
you can
it.
get
Like
your
I
head
would.
between your legs.
I can't 100%, but if I sit down like this, then I could just go down. And that sounds really weird, but I could just, get to that area, and it wasn't that. Because I know what that smells like, and it smelled like it usually smelled. But as soon as I get away from that area, whatever that smell in the air was, my mother could not smell it. And yeah,
Phantom smells are
like I said,
crazy.
I did it all day. I kept going like this. My mother was like, "What does it smell like?" And I was just like, "I don't know." It's like you go this way and you'll smell a little bit, that way. Like every direction is just weird smell, and it was hard to explain. I just wanted to say, I don't know what it smells like, but to someone who doesn't get phantom smells, like maybe my mother, she'd have been like, what do you mean you don't know what it smells like? What's that supposed to mean?" Yeah, I can smell it, but I don't know what it smells like. It smells like food at some points, but then some points it stinks. Food, then garbage, then food again. Very confusing period of time.
Imagine.
But now I'll tell my mom that it could have been phantom smells because there was several times during the day, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And I was just like, "Yeah, I keep getting the smell, and I can't shake it." Uh, yeah,
Did you have any kind of
smelled
seizure?
all crevices. No, I was actually editing a video. Yeah, it was a good day. Nothing happened. No auras or anything. Just couldn't get rid of those smells everywhere. Uh,
That's interesting.
right.
Here's a question that I have.
Uh,
We get those things and we think we're okay, but everybody else is looking at us like, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" You get those periods.
Hardly ever
mm,
around anyone, so not really.
Yeah, I get those periods. I mean, even with you guys ask me like, "Am I okay?" Sometimes, but it's like, "Are you okay?" Like I went to the doctors the other day, and they were like, "Are you okay?" It's like you seem a little like um I can't think of the word right now, but and I just told them I just woke up like an hour ago, and I came here just to get the blood work done, and it just dawned on me. It's like, we feel okay, but what if we're not okay? Like, what if we're actually having the seizure or something and they can see it, but we can't feel it?
that's the thing I was thinking about is I don't usually like it can be very confusing to the person on the outside looking in when sometimes I might have a seizure and I might be like feeling like I'm good. So you tell somebody it's okay, I'm good. But then there's times where you're like, I'm not good and I do want somebody here. But then you just told someone a few days ago that you just had a seizure and you don't want to. Yeah, so it's very confusing because sometimes I don't want to be around people. Sometimes I don't want to be bothered or talked to. So I'll just be quiet. But it confuses other people from the outside looking in when they don't have epilepsy. They might not understand how sometimes I can feel good and sometimes I might need a shoulder to cry on. Um, yeah, that's just how life goes sometimes. Um, yeah, got something here though. Oh wow, it's a decent length. So okay, pretty long. So I mean, you can probably write everything down. When I say pretty long, buckle in. Says, I got told I have epilepsy and I'm not entirely sure what happens now. I started having seizures just after being attacked by someone a few years ago, and everyone told me it was PTSD, FND, conversation disorders, anxiety. It'll get better after life settles. Once I get to a stage in life, it'll be better. And that was all the way to about a month ago. In October, I saw a neurologist privately, and she told me it was likely FND. Prepared for therapy. I got clobazam and then put on NHS list. I'm in the UK. They said I'd be doing an MRI and an EEG, but no one expects anything to come up. Especially epilepsy was basically off the table. No one actually thinks I have it. It's precaution. I did all the tests and got a letter that they found a few areas of concern. So I went back to the hospital a few days ago. I was expecting a formality of we'll do the second test where you go to sleep, but it's probably that you have anxiety, that it's a bit more active. They still think FND and nothing else. I went by myself because I was telling my partner and my family, no, it's just a quick appointment. Nothing new is going to happen. The doctor I saw was amazing, and I cannot fault him or how he was working with the neurologist I saw previously. He knew his stuff exactly about what was happening and explained it all to me and gave so much of his time to help me. But he said that that stuff they found was adding up as epilepsy. My symptoms weren't right. They weren't right. And there's physical evidence to suggest that that it's not good. I said I wasn't hugely surprised because for years I found I had vision issues that weren't my eyes. Panic attacks that looked like a panic attack. Oh, end quote, panic attacks that looked like a panic attack. Sometimes my seizures felt totally different. None of the therapies I did had worked for me, but I'm no doctor, and I was told this was not in the picture. He explained to me that there's still PTSD. I was attacked, and there's that whole thing, and sometimes it is trauma related, but scans are showing that this needs to be looked at urgently. And if I wasn't on clobazam, I'd be put in the hospital that day. They were suspected the epilepsy was that intense. I didn't really know what to say because now it's all crashing down on me. I was expecting a 10-minute appointment, and now it's this. Now it's the I'm going back ASAP to find out what type I have. And after I'm straight on epilepsy, straight on the epilepsy meds I've never heard of. I was told I was at a higher risk of SUDEP, which which I didn't want, which I didn't know existed until then. I know people can die, but I didn't know it had a name. I thought it was just very rare thing. They said it's horrible a few months, but I won't be held back, and they believe I can still have a good life ahead of me once I get better and do all the stuff I want to do. I have known of people who have epilepsy never have a seizure in someone else. I lived with a boy who had it, and I was friends with someone, but both got diagnosed when they were young and in seizure remission and in a seizure remission for ages. No one in my close circle has it or knows anything about it. This was always something that probably will know someone who has it, but oh my goodness. This was always something that probably will know someone who has it, but it's not really on anyone in my family radar because no one affected by it. I asked my parents to just keep it on the down low for now because my family does talk and they get fascinated in Christmas. And Christmas was tough with the older ones asking so many questions. And I think I'm performing like a monkey. Everyone means well, I'm sure, but I don't know myself, and it's not been completely diagnosed yet. My brain has been kind of parked as it is, as there is but I'm not thinking about it or acknowledging it right now. I don't want to talk about it or accept it or deal with it. And it's kind of how I stayed the last few days. I'm supposed to limit the stress until my sleep scan and then have a follow up after so I decided to go for a while away from here and all wait and away from here and all of it and see people who live far away for a few days and just try to not to think about it. I know all the safety stuff, but I don't know what I'm meant to be doing in terms of getting my head around it, explaining to people. People mean well, but I just want to be treated normally and it's overwhelming. Try not to get frustrated by what I can't do, what I can and can't do. I'm learning on the job and I don't know anyone to ask for help, so I decided to turn back to the forums and ask for any advice. What I am meant, what what am I meant to be doing after hearing the news and I'm doing stuff right? Am I doing stuff right? Also, us there, anything I can do about these side effects of clobazam. My skin is so dry. I feel sick and groggy all the time. Is there anything that can improve it? Uh, yeah, that was a lot to read. Angel, did you keep up?
Barely.
They got a lot of family, and their parents know, but they don't want to tell their family because it seems like they talk a lot.
Yeah, it seems like gossip goes around the family, and it
On
seems
Christmas,
like
especially.
they're not really ready to come out with the epilepsy, which seems like they're just adding stress onto themselves to me.
Right. Yeah. You're adding on problems, and the stress can also cause a seizure. But
The sleep test they were talking about, I wonder if they're talking about like a sleep monitoring or if they're talking about like a EMU stay, because I would definitely recommend the EMU stay, especially if they're having frequent seizures, to try and get more answers about things. And as for the medication side effects, that's something you need to talk to your doctor about because they can probably switch you to something else that may give you less side effects.
Okay, so one thing I was gonna say is yeah, the thing about your family, that was what the last few posts were talking about, the family basically hovering, family basically treating you like a zoo animal, and analyzing your every movement. It's gonna happen. There's nothing we can do about it besides tell them, and then they might even not do anything about what we told them. Uh, yeah, even though I'm doing great, sometimes people feel like they can say things that'll, what's the word? Make you feel better, even though it's not, it's just advice. Hmm. Or put it like this. Um, they're thinking they're doing good. They're doing things out of love. They're not meaning to intentionally hurt you. But yeah, it can be bothersome. Uh, yeah, but you got to tell them.
Yeah, it
Tell them
might
they're
annoy
hovering.
them,
Tell them they
but
might be doing too much. And if you don't say anything, nothing will change. Uh, well, sometimes even if you do say something, nothing will change. So I'll take that part back. Uh, family. Sometimes you just got to deal with them, or sometimes you just move away from them. That helps. uh, yeah, yeah. So move away from family. That was good. A little bit for me. I felt like it was a better situation. Mm. Yeah. Tell your family, get off my back. No, I'm kidding. Uh, yeah. Sometimes I feel like certain stuff isn't worth pointing out or isn't worth bothering people about because, you know, yeah, just walk away or be quiet and ignore them talking in the background and giving all the advice. I do it all the time. You can't just listen to everyone, especially if they don't have epilepsy. But I'll move forward. The first comment here says, unfortunately, a lot of different people are getting FND misdiagnosis, like people with MS and ME too. So it's good to get second opinions. That happened to me as well when I had epilepsy. It can barely be pretty dangerous. I'm glad you got the answers. One more one more comment here says I was diagnosed right after I quit drinking. I landed in the hospital and woke up after 4 days. After 2 years, I'm still learning and dealing with everything. Good luck with everything. Angel, I thought I remembered you saying you had MS or something like that.
no, I have family member with MS.
Okay, I got something here. It says salt taste. Anyone with similar experiences? For about a day, I've been feeling like there are salt flakes on the left side of my tongue. It's pretty much That's pretty much it. Just wondering if this is common and hoping it's not just me. Uh,
I never had that before.
yeah. Never had my tongue feel like salt flakes. Um, but what that could be is you could have had a seizure and bit your tongue. I have got a very salty taste after having a seizure and just biting it. It wasn't even bleeding, but just biting it sometimes can give you a little salty taste. Maybe it was bleeding a little while ago. Uh, but yeah, only tastes I get that are for a seizure would be like metallic taste. But yeah. And this person said it's only on the left side of their tongue. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe you bit one side of your tongue and now you're tasting
Yeah,
it.
that's probably what it was.
Yeah. One comment here, it says my auras had a metallic, rusty smell and taste accompanying the deja vu. I never smelled rust. Rust has a smell. Hmm. Wouldn't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. Got another comment here though. It says, "Yeah, I get weird taste and stuff too. Taste stuff too sometimes. Usually right before seizures hit, but sometimes just random. Could be aura thing or maybe medication side effect." Another comment here says, "I had no idea anyone else experienced this. Salt is the most common thing I taste in my auras. It's usually followed by a loud. Oh, it's usually followed by a low excess of saliva. I had it happen for years before I even got diagnosed with seizures." Um, okay, here's one. I don't know if you guys can relate. My friend keeps getting mad at me for my memory issues. She'll tell me something or ask me something, and I'll completely forget a minute later, and she keeps getting so upset with me as if it's in my control. She knows that I'm struggling with this actively. I jokingly said, end quote, "I'm literally disabled." And she replied with, end quote, "It's like I'm talking to a brick wall." Um, I'm talking to a brick wall. Like, what the F? Who says that? She's been she's been seeing me have multiple seizures. I literally had a partial seizure yesterday, and she bore the witness. Normally, memory isn't this bad. In fact, it's usually pretty good, but I'm still recovering from yesterday. It's so annoying because it's like she thinks it's annoying for her. Imagine how frustrated I am with myself. How do you deal with people like this? Um, Avoid, because I mean, telling people you don't want to hear what they have to say sometimes doesn't help. Uh, you're like, yeah, you don't want to deal with my bad memory. I can't help it, so I'll avoid you. That's personally what I do. Is I get rid of people too often. I guess too easy. Uh, I feel you're
Well, if
not
they're not
helpful
going
to
to
my
be supportive,
situation. There you go. You're not supporting me. I just back up. Uh, yeah. You ever had a friend get mad at you for your memory issues?
not a friend, but family members, and
I
always
was gonna
trying to
say
use
that
it
too.
against me.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
you
I
just
was
don't
gonna say
remember.
that
I'm
too.
like,
I've been told, how can we depend on your memory? You don't remember anything. And that's instantly where I thought, that family has been playing with my memory because I remember hearing that several times now. Yeah, your family will do it to you. Yeah, they play with my memory and tell me I don't remember things. And then when I say I do remember, they question, how do you remember, but you don't remember this? That is the worst. Yeah, use it against me and all kinds of shit like that. Ugh. Avoid that part of the family. That's what I do. Um,
same here.
yeah, just avoid those people, and you don't have to deal with my epilepsy. I won't come around you, and simple. Uh, I think it's kind of difficult for people who have only their family to depend on. Uh, because honestly, I feel like my epilepsy isn't that bad. I honestly was planning on sneaking and going back to work. I want to work so bad. I want to be out of the house. But then there was the pros and the cons. The cons were I won't be here. The pros were I'll be out of the house. Uh, the cons of being out of the house means I'm still not here. Uh, there are no pros to not being here. I love being here, but I would love working and talking to people and meeting people and having work friends. It's a different lifestyle than having mom. Uh, yeah,
I
when
get
you
it.
only see one person every day. Yeah, I don't know if you only
I
see
only,
one person, only one person a day for a week or two. Yeah.
yeah, I only see my cat
Mm.
or, one of my kids if I need a ride somewhere. Or I got a friend of mine that we get together about once a week and hang out. But other than that, I'd see my cat.
Understandable. I want a cat. I just don't want to have to deal with the hair. Uh,
I don't think he leaves
yeah.
any more hair around the house than I do. So
um,
I think the
I
cat
forgot what
will
I was
get
going to
jealous that
say.
you got more hair than the cat.
Mm-hmm.
be
That's
all up
another thing
there
is I was
playing with your
thinking.
dreads.
Uh, I was thinking to cut my hair a little bit, come like maybe right here, but just a thought right now. Uh, back to this post about friends getting mad. The first comment here says, "Dude, your friend is being a total ass about something you totally have. Oh, you literally can't control. Like imagine getting mad at someone for having seizure symptoms. That's wild." Another comment here says, "You need a new friend. Oh, you need a new friend, or sit down with her. That type of support can stress you out and make things so much worse for your memory. I'm angry for her." Another comment here says, "This friend of yours is a real bitch." And the last comment says, "That's not cool on your friend's part at all." And "at all" is in caps. So isn't that like when you're screaming when they capitalize all letters? I feel like I'm behind on this internet stuff. I did that one time and somebody said, "Why are you yelling?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" I did it to make that word stand out. Or sometimes I'll forget that caps lock is on and people think it's me, but it's the computer. Uh, yeah. I got something else here and it says, "I want to help. Hello, all. I'm pretty new to this and would like to help. My wife started having grand mal seizures in her sleep. We went to the ER and not much help. She had to quit working and quit driving. We are still working on the neurologist. She had her first visit and upped her Keppra. I think that's the name, but she's had a few more since, and the last couple have been really bad. She wakes up and is very confused. She was calling me her dad and asking about her mom. She finally came out of it, and it was rough on her. The last two, she peed in the bed during it. It typically happens to her when she sleeps, but she is very depressed and feels stuck now. Is there any help groups or people or any advice for things I could do to help her? Please." Please is in caps. So they screamed, "Please." Um, you could have her come here, or
You could come
you could
here.
have her join our. Yeah, yeah, or go to Reddit, join the subreddit.
Come join the family.
Epilepsy. epilepsy _ universe on Reddit. Yeah, you can talk to people who have epilepsy. You might find someone who doesn't have epilepsy, and maybe they have a kid who has epilepsy. You can get all the information you need from another subreddit. But this guy who wants to help his wife, just be there. Just need a person to be there. She might need a shoulder to lean on, someone who's just going to listen. Yeah, I wish I had Angel to listen 10 years ago. That might have helped. Yeah. Andrea, you would have been a good person to listen as well. I don't want to leave you out. I wish I had Andrea too to listen 10 years ago. Oh, but you wouldn't have had epilepsy 10 years ago.
I wouldn't have.
Still might have been good to speak to you. You could have
I
probably
would
gave
have
some good
enjoyed
advice
speaking with
still.
you.
You'd be like, you're tripping, man. Is that even possible? That's what I assume people are going to say if I say things that just sound bizarre but sound regular to the average epileptic. They're just going to look at you like, oh, yeah, I heard that, or I went through that. Another person that might sound like fiction to them. Like, what are you talking about? Did you read that somewhere? I cannot
Didn't the
confirm or
post
deny that I have been. Huh?
I was just gonna say, didn't the post say something about they were on Keppra, but they're continuing to have seizures and they were really bad? I would
Yes.
contact whoever's prescribed the Keppra about maybe a dosage adjustment or a med change.
Yeah, it's time for a med change. Sounds like the Keppra's not working.
Right.
But
Yeah.
definitely follow up with a neurologist.
Yep.
Didn't sound like they had gotten
Definitely.
into a neurologist yet.
Yeah. Definitely way to help your wife though is just be there because it says she's depressed. So just having someone there just to listen would help the depressed parts of my early journey dealing
Tell
with the
you,
depression on your own.
coming here
Oh,
tremendously helped mine,
me
meeting
too.
all of you fine folks.
Mm.
And before Pookie made this, it was I have probably like a handful of friends that are my main support group, and that's them. I didn't know anybody with seizures, you know.
You guys are the only people
Mhm.
with seizures that I know.
Yeah.
I'm glad I could bring us together.
Me
It was
too.
needed.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Shout out to everybody out there watching. Press the thumbs up button, subscribe, and all that good stuff.
Nature's Bait.
Shout out to Nature's Mate as well. Yeah. Shout out. Big shout out. Uh, I had a dream that I got a Nature's Made sponsorship. And then I woke up.
Maybe that means it's going to happen soon.
I wish. Hopefully. So since none of us have had surgery, I'll read this one and then we can get Mark's input later. Surgery, pros and cons. I had an appointment with my neurologist yesterday where I asked him about surgery options. Since I have MTS in my left temporal lobe, I am a good candidate for surgery. I need to get a neurophysiological test done, and then my doctor will have more info as to if we can move forward with it. He told me if it does get approved, it will most likely be laser ablation surgery first. For those of you who have gotten any type of surgery for your epilepsy, what are your pros and cons that come with it? Anybody who's contemplating surgery, what are you dealing with and how do you contemplate it? How do you contemplate it? That sentence didn't look like it made any sense. How do I contemplate? Um,
I think they mean like, how do you decide if it's surgeries for you type thing?
oh, okay. Because I was lost when
It,
I asked you how do you contemplate with getting a procedure. How do I think about it? How do you deal with the process? Okay, so I haven't had a procedure for epilepsy, but I've had plenty other procedures. And how do you prepare yourself for the mental part of it? Try not to think about it as much. I don't know if that's good advice or bad advice, but maybe if it doesn't cross your mind as much until that day, then it's too far to turn back. I don't know. Can you guys help me with giving advice to this person?
when it comes to surgery, I think it boils down to whether it's an option for you, which with what they're talking about, I looked it up. It's mesial temporal sclerosis, and it says that surgery is highly effective with about 66 to 90% of patients achieving significant improvement or complete seizure freedom. So you just got to talk to your doctors and see what they think and whether they think it's a good option for you and decide, do I want to risk the surgery or continue going where I'm going and having the seizures? Like just using my back surgery as an example, having someone cut on your spine is pretty terrifying, but at the same time, you get to a point where it's like, I would rather go through surgery and risk the surgery than to continue living with the pain that I'm living in. It depends on how much it's hampering your life. So if the seizures are
Right.
significantly hampering their life, then and they're a candidate for surgery, then maybe that is a good option for them.
Um, yeah, I'm personally against procedures, but that's a personal thing because I've had a lot of other ones on my body. So I'm just kind of done getting cut on and going under for the process. Uh, one too many times. I'm done with procedures. I can just deal with the pain. Uh, yeah, I don't complain. I have pain every day, maybe all day sometimes, but I keep a smile on my face. No one can ever tell because if I do tell someone I'm in pain, all they say is take something for the pain.
That's how I
That's
ended up with an
everyone's only
opiate addiction.
suggestion. Yeah, that's how. Yeah, that's how you get an opiate addiction. Listening to people, and yeah.
It still hurts. Okay, we'll give you more. It still hurts. Okay, we'll give you more. Next thing you know, you're on fentanyl.
Mm-mm. There's
The
something else
closest thing,
stronger than fentanyl. There's something stronger than fentanyl that recently come out. Did you guys hear about
What
that?
is it? There's a carfentanil too, and I think it might be, but don't quote me on that. What's it called? Do you know?
I don't know. It popped up in there was a. It was on the news. Uh, Here it is. It was on the news the other day. Uh, Carfentanil. It's 10,000 times more potent than morphine and 100 times more potent than fentanyl. Somebody has
Oh
officially
shit.
died in San Francisco from it. So, uh,
wow,
yeah, it's,
But they didn't say what it was.
It'll,
Carfentanil. Forgotten opioid has resurfaced as lethal street drug. That's too
That's
much.
terrifying.
it'll be
Right.
it'll
I mean,
be
I don't like being drowsy.
circulating around and street drugs around again.
Yeah. On the news here, they showed the looks like a well, no, they showed what the pill looked like. Looks like a little pill, I guess. But yeah, someone had the first overdose, street overdose, in San Francisco the other day, and yeah, they said Narcan doesn't work for it. So that's another thing. I think they said someone said they used 3 cans of Narcan and the person didn't wake up. So
Damn.
yeah, man, you gotta stop using drugs.
Yeah, just smoke some weed.
Man, right? Smoke some weed.
Even
Yeah,
if it doesn't
I
take the
pray for
pain away,
anybody.
you won't care.
Right. Everybody out there in the comments, let me know if weed is something that you'll take to get rid of the pain, or are you a carfentanil fan? I'm not. Doesn't sound fun. People, are actually. I think I'm just behind a lot when it comes to the news. People are crushing pills and snorting them. Okay, yeah. So I guess I'm just new to this because Andrew's like, uh, yeah. People
Crush
are
it and
literally
snort it, it
crushing their medic.
gets in your bloodstream quicker.
Okay, Lamotrigine, have at it.
No,
Um,
it's not a good idea. I do not recommend it. Very
uh,
bad.
yeah, bad idea. Um, hmm. Are there ways to overdose on AEDs?
I would think possibly. I mean, I think you could overdose on just about anything. You can kill yourself by drinking too much water. I mean,
Mm, mm,
I'm
Yeah,
sure
there
you can
is.
overdose on an AED. Sorry, Angel.
mm.
There is. Especially like for ours, like Xcoperi, there's warnings for it already, Like they don't want to put you on a certain dose or above a certain dose because of um what you call it, addiction and overdosing.
Yeah, I just found out that people crush pills from a movie. Uh, um, the guy was taking all the stuff off poured all the pills out of the pill bottle, and then he just like crushed them all inside of a sandwich bag, and then it was like powder, and then he started snorting it. This is all new to me. Yeah,
Very not good idea.
yeah. Back to the comment about the surgery pros and cons. Let's get. Oh man. Hey Jeff, welcome back. The first comment here says, "It depends on a lot. Oh, it depends a lot on what surgery it is. I've had 5, but I've not had resection or ablation. If you're looking for ablation, I'd ask specifically about that." Another comment here says that's a huge decision. Another comment says look into how many folks still have seizures after a decade. It's about half. No way I'm getting my brain messed with for a coin flip. One last comment says getting pieces of my brain removed or entire lobe removed terrifies me. I have right hippocampal sclerosis. They know exactly where my seizures come from. They are controlled well enough to where I can point to a trigger. They are controlled well enough to where I can point to a trigger for any breakthroughs. Losing brain function because it's simply not there anymore is something I am not prepared to go through. I need to ask someone about the ablation.
I don't think
Yeah, now I'm
anybody here
interested.
has
Is there
had that.
certain? Oh yeah, I think only Toaster. But now that makes me think like, um, because I was reading something that says we use certain parts of our brains for different things. So what if you take that piece of the brain out? Are you going to stop working something? That's something I'm going to look into and ask Toaster. Because ablation does sound scary if they're going to take a piece out and then you can't move your pinky or something weird. Uh, Definitely curious now. But I got something here. It says, what motivates you to stay alive? Stay alive having epilepsy. I have moments when I wish I've never been born at all. Existing is not living. I'm sick of everything. My mental health is tired. I'm tired of this life. I'm afraid every single day is a battle for me. Epilepsy destroyed everything in my life: dreams, hopes, happiness, peace. I want to hear your story if you're dealing with this disease. Wish health and a life full of joy. Um, what motivates you to keep going? I have
My
kids.
kids.
That's the biggest one. My kids. I want to be here as long as possible for them, and that's probably the easy
Same.
answer, the easy way out. But I don't know anyone who. I'm not sure how many other people I know with epilepsy. I mean, with epilepsy in children, or without children, who can give me that answer. I think Mark doesn't have kids. He can give me that answer. I think everyone else has kids, though, right?
No kids.
I think so. What was that, Jeff? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Jeff,
No kids.
no kids.
One that's gone, but
Okay.
none.
What motivates you to stay alive having epilepsy?
There's not much actually. It's getting by day by day, putting one foot in front of the other. And for some reason, I know that Liz would be sad if I'm gone. I don't know why, but I know she would be. So I'm basically hanging around for her. But, we have a plan for when it gets to be too unwieldy.
Hmm. Um, some of the
Something else
comments
I
here,
think we
most of
should
the,
say is just because stuff sucks today doesn't mean it won't be better tomorrow. Have hope.
right. And that's why I keep telling people, shit's gonna get better. Stuff will get way better. Just gonna take some time. But in the meantime, it may get worse. May get way worse before it gets better. But it will get better. There's some people who are fighting the denial. There's some people who are fighting the truth. Yeah, I had a lot of denial in there. So glad I got past that. That was the first step. Get over the denial, and then yeah, live life as best as possible. Um, Got a comment here, and one says, I have a goal to become a neurologist to help people like us. Nice. Another comment here says, this may sound cheesy to some, but honestly, my family keeps me going. What stopped me from giving up on my life was, and still is, my family. Family privilege is extremely real. And for those who take it for granted, well, I don't know what to say to them. Not if it's perfect. Another comment here says spite. Another comment says, honestly, the only thing keeping me going is my son. And one last comment here says, honestly, the reason I found to stay alive was because dog. I couldn't leave him behind. How attached he was to me. He suddenly passed away on March 19th, which incidentally caused me to start having tonic-clonic seizures again. Now I'm just kind of like, if I die, I die. Been there, been there. The person was saying what motivates you to stay alive. They said spite. That's one I wasn't expecting.
I feel that one.
Like, I'm gonna spite you, be your burden, treat me like crap, and yeah. Yeah. Love family. Well,
That
at
depends
least
on
the
your
ones
family.
I was gonna say, at least the ones that I have around, I enjoy them. Well, it says a lot that I have none around now, so that speaks a lot. Yeah. So this one says, how is dating for you guys with epilepsy? If you're not dating right now, we'll just give some advice. It says, I always feel like a burden with my epilepsy. I know it isn't my fault, and most people don't don't view me as a burden, but I can't help it. I really like being independent, and since I lost my license, I feel so isolated and dependent. I don't want someone I'm dating to feel like they have to, in quote, take care of me. Honestly, it would make me feel humiliated. How do you guys go about communicating your epilepsy to romantic partners? Uh, to romantic partners. Oh.
Be honest, and if they're not willing to support you, then you can find someone better. Keep moving.
Uh, yeah, that was basically my answer. That's a good one. There's someone for everyone. I think Andrea told me when you're not looking, they'll find you or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're out there looking, most of the time, you're not gonna find what you're looking for. But if you
Yeah.
stop looking, it may appear.
It seems like I can never find a relationship until I get in a relationship, and then I'm getting so many other options, and now I'm like, come on, man. I don't want to cheat, but I was single for so long and nobody want me. Then I get in a relationship and everybody wants me. That's how it's happened for me several times in the past, and I don't get it. Every time I'm with somebody, it's easy to find somebody. When I'm alone, I might be single and alone for a while. But Jeff, I seen your mic come off mute. You got something?
Yeah, I was just going to say what Andrea said is absolutely correct. I mean, if you're looking, you're not going to find someone. It's just you have to live your life, and someone will find you.
You never
Or
know
you'll come
where.
across, or you'll come across someone in the unlikeliest places or the unlikeliest events, and it'll change your life. But you can't be out looking for it. It has to just come to you. It's a natural thing.
If you go out looking, all you're gonna find is disappointment and
Yeah, that's
frustration.
true.
Hmm. Okay. Angel, how's dating with epilepsy, or can you give advice? Ugh.
I'm recently divorced, so I don't know if I'm the best person. but it's really it's live your life and see how it is. Someone will find you. Someone will appreciate you for who you are, hopefully. And if they don't, then you don't need them in your life.
Right. About that.
Pretty much, if they won't, they don't deserve you.
Right. Show appreciation. I hate the people who won't show that appreciation. They'll treat you bad, and as soon as you leave, they're begging to come back. Yeah. So to the post about dating with epilepsy, there's a comment here. It says, I've gone all over with this. I've been married. I'm divorced now. Dated great guys and truthfully paramedics and nurses that were so chill about me being epileptic. It isn't easy finding that, but it's out there. I've also dated men that act like I'm breakable. Another comment here says, gave up a long time ago, but epilepsy was part of the reason. I had my jerks pointed out constantly when going on dates, despite me mentioning I'm epileptic beforehand, and had a few people purposely try and trigger a seizure when we were talking online before meeting up in real life. Oh, you need better friends. Another comment here says, dated for 12 years, married for 4 now. He is a godsend with my seizures, not just as a support system, but as a help with reminding me of triggers and meds. Honestly, it can be hard. My husband is a homebody and I love to get out. So I rely a lot on Lyft and Uber and friends to help me get out while also doing stuff with him. So he gets a break. If you find the right person, I promise epilepsy will just be a thing that it is, and not a problem. Loving someone is taking care of them. I Shiite. Anybody ever heard this word? Sheeit? That doesn't even look like a word. That looks like you put too many letters or something.
How was it
It
used in a
says
sentence?
it's the first word of the sentence. It actually says, "Sheep, my husband, can feel like a burden, and he doesn't even seize love or an exchange of care. When I have one, it's actually a pure way for me to see him care for me. He lays next to me, talking and holding me, comforting me. I have conscious seizures. It's also important to let them know your needs and how they can support you. Humans can be oblivious. Uh, Humans can be oblivious to problems that are not theirs. I often like to ask what I can help you with today or do for you, which opens a line of communications, or how we can serve each other today. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Kate the Great,
How's
the
Kate
great
today?
Kate, the one and only. Um,
Hey everybody, we're doing good.
Angel. Angel has the icebreaker because I don't remember what it is.
What's something that makes you feel dirty?
Uh, something that makes me feel dirty, huh? Let me think about that one. I'll get right
When
back
my
to you.
when my feet are dirty, I feel dirty because I feel like the crust every time I walk. I feel like my feet are dry on the bottom. Like my feet are normally smooth. When I go outside to take out the garbage and that's usually when I don't feel like going to the back of the house to find my shoes and
And mine,
socks. Then I just wear my feet out, and then I'll be like, okay, I'll end up going to take a shower because my feet feel crummy. Um,
Okay,
and I'm
something
known
happened
pretty
today
much to have.
actually. I stepped out of the car in the parking lot and I stepped on a dead squirrel. So
Oh,
that was a bad one. Yeah, for sure.
and mine was
I take a shower too.
the really hot days, those 90
Oh yeah,
degree
yeah.
days that are really humid and just you just want to take a shower. Like I feel dirty
I
just
agree
from
with that one.
sweating right away.
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh,
I don't know if I
little
should do a
man had a
podcast
good
with my shirt
procedure.
off. Hmm.
That's great.
Yes. So thrilled with Shriners Hospital and this whole thing, okay? He's going the first time with anesthesia and he had a horrible night's sleep. Like he went to sleep really early, but then couldn't fall back asleep after like 6 hours. So either way, we had a kind of long morning, just chill, made it here. And he's going into anesthesia for the first time and didn't even look back. He was like ready to go. He was done hanging out with mommy. So that was the best part so far. Because then he came back and woke up pretty quick and was just like, "Give me my macaroni and cheese." And yeah, it's been a great night. So,
Hmm. I got
so yeah.
something.
All right.
It says, my autistic daughter had a seizure a year after me. Hello, all. So I'm a 32-year-old single mom, and my daughter is 10. She was diagnosed around 2 years old or so, and is mostly nonverbal. Although she is starting to communicate more, she stims and has meltdowns, etc. Anyways, last year I started having seizures and was diagnosed with epilepsy and now take medication. I did have deja vu auras in high school for a couple of months, but they stopped for years until last year. My daughter had her first seizure yesterday, and I'm just worried about the coincidence of it. I know autism is quite common in autistic kids. Wait, I know autism is quite common in autistic people, but my anxiety is making me worry something else is going on. Given the timing, I'm waiting for a call from the kids' hospital neurology department for an appointment for her. What do you do from here? Uh, I
Sounds like
think
they're
they
already
meant
doing what
epilepsy.
yeah.
They said, I know autism is quite common in autistic people. I think they meant to say epilepsy is quite common in
Exactly.
autism, because it actually is. Um, I think they said something like 1 in 4 who have
That
autism have
sounds about right.
epilepsy.
For like every couple people that come over here, definitely say they have autism.
Um,
Yeah. But it sounds like they're keeping
Sounds
up
like
with what
so
they
they're
need to.
That's what I was gonna say. It seems like they're
Yeah.
doing what they can do, and considering they already have had seizures for a while, they kind of know what their child is going through. So just, get them into neurology and see what they say.
Yeah, I trust they're definitely with the right person because you know how children with a chronic condition a lot of times get landed with parents who don't really know anything about like hospitals and doctors and going back over and over and over and stuff. And yeah, I think if anything, that one's got a good role model.
okay. 2 comments here, and one says, I'm sorry to read what you're going through. I hope nothing but the best outcome for you and your daughter. Another comment here says, oh, that timing must be so scary for you. My cousin has epilepsy and autism too. Doctors always said they can happen together, but I don't necessarily mean one caused another. The stress you've been under with your own diagnosis might just be making coincidence feel more scary than it actually is. A neurologist will probably want to do an EEG and maybe an MRI to check everything out properly. Hope you get the appointment soon because waiting is always the worst part. Yeah, I'm with you, Andrea. This person sounds like they're doing the right thing. Uh,
And they know to
Getting
watch out
everything
for
set
like
up.
misdiagnosis and a doctor just not following up at all. And yeah, they know what to look out for.
Hmm. Okay.
That's the scary part. We hear a lot about the kids, all the pediatric patients we've been talking to. Sounds like a lot of what happens is because they don't get diagnosed soon enough. But they wouldn't have to go through such like I don't know crazy treatments if they were diagnosed sooner and it ended up just being a surgery instead of like 5. But yeah,
uh,
it's scary to hear how much things get swept under the rug and then get worse for the kids.
I got something. It says fatigue and memory loss. I'm 30 years old, and 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with epilepsy with no identifiable cause. My seizures only happen when I am sleeping at night. I did VNS, and I'm still on medication. I struggle a lot with memory loss and fatigue. I am a PhD student at a medical school, and I get frustrated if I cannot easily remember things. From being an A student to being this forgetful is exhausting. Does anyone have any similar seizures? Does anyone have memory loss? Does anyone have apps or tracking tool to help them get over tasks easily? Does anyone have camera in their house to look at how they behave when they have a seizure? This is required of me. Hashtag epilepsy, hashtag research, hashtag community. Memory loss?
Welcome to the club.
Right.
That's what I was just
Yeah.
thinking.
Just comes with the territory.
And the meds.
For the for the fatigue. Yeah, there we go. The
Shout
fatigue and
out to
everything
Nature's
went
Made.
away. Shout out to Nature's Made. The fatigue and everything went away shortly days after. Well, I mean, I had a focal, and then the day I took the Lamotrigine, didn't have a focal after that. Um, and in 7 days, no, in 9 days, it'll be a year with no focals. So, shout out to Nature's Made. Um, yeah, thank you, Nature Made. And similar seizures. This person says, oh no, in their sleep, I don't have nocturnal seizures, so I can't talk about those ones. I don't have any apps to track them because I track them on a calendar. Does anyone have a camera in their house to look at how they behave? So you got cameras all over the place. Some should be taken down now that I think about it. But yeah, see you in a little bit, Kevin. See you later, Kate. I'm sorry. But yeah, the fatigue, it comes with the medications, I believe. Uh, uh,
I'd say the memory problems and the fatigue are both between the seizures and the meds. It's just comes with the territory.
yeah. Take some B12. It helped with the fatigue because other medications can also uh, deplete your B12. It is come to find out what was causing my focals because I needed B12 in my system, and the medication wasn't helping me maintain a steady base of B12. Even though Angel, he does the Mediterranean diet. So then you get all your B12 from that, and you can still say shout out to Nature Made.
Well, yeah, naturally, you're going to eat more fish in the Mediterranean diet. So,
Yeah. Yeah, fish will help. Uh, Shout out to Angel. The first comment here says, I have memory loss and face blindness. I have lost many long term memories, such as entire memories of global travels in my 20s. I'm now late 30s, and memories of pregnancy and my son being a baby. He's now 5. You guys ever have memories just pop up that were gone?
Sort of. Like I don't remember stuff, but then I'll see something or hear something, or my kids will be like, "Hey, do you remember when this happened?" I'm like, "Nope," and they start telling me about it, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I kind of remember that."
Yeah. Another comment here says, man, that transition from a student to struggling with memory stuff must be so frustrating, especially when you're doing a PhD. I don't have epilepsy, but I've heard really good things about apps and apps like Todoist. I gotta say that spell that for you guys because it doesn't sound like I'm saying it right, but Todoist looks like Todoist.
What it looks
It's an
like.
app. Yeah, so it's an app and they spell them whatever they want to. Says I've heard really good things about apps like Todoist or even just the basic Apple reminders for breaking down tasks into smaller chunks. For the camera thing, maybe check if your uni has any partnerships with sleep study centers. They might have better equipment recommendations just rather than just random home security cameras. Hey, those cameras are good. I've caught some seizures on camera, and those are good to show the doctors. Cameras in the room. Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button and let me know how's it going for you. Let me know how much you love this shit because I love doing it. Another comment here says I was absolutely
I
not a
love it.
PhD student. Come again? I didn't hear you, Angel.
I say I love it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a comment here that says I was absolutely not a PhD student. However, my story sounds similar. Mine started at 25, usually only happened when I sleep in clusters, though. No calls that they could find after a bunch at home and week-long hospital stay EEGs. I have VNS, but I still take a handful of meds every morning and night. My memory has just collapsed. Like it's hard to think of words when I'm speaking to people, and I want to consistently sleep. I was using the Apple Health app to help on my iPhone with medication reminders, but besides that, I always feel like my brain is just done, and I hate it. Welcome to the club. Um, oh, one last comment says, not perfect, but trial and error meds. Trial and error meds has helped for the most part. Some meds would fry my memory, but eliminate the seizures. Often others would be fine memory wise, but not help the seizures, which on their own messed with it. Once I found the meds with the lack of side effects, I could notice a difference as it almost seemed like my brain recovered over time due to lack of seizures. I was on Xcoperi. It's been a miracle drug. Today we've heard a lot about this Xcoperi miracle drug. How do you guys feel about that?
I love it.
It's okay. Even at 350,
I'm
I
only at
get tired
200,
a lot.
but you
Take
sleep
your
good at night?
B12.
I sleep really good. It's just I hope somebody doesn't wake me up, because then it's hard to get back to sleep.
I understand that.
Yeah, I try not to wake up in the middle of the night because I usually can't go back to sleep. The insomnia just takes over. So even if I have to pee and I feel me coming out of that dream because I have to pee, I just hold it until as long as possible until I can't anymore. because sometimes it'll start around 3 a.m. and by that time I'm just getting to sleep, and I'm like, just make it to the morning. Let's skip this one, and yeah, sometimes
Always
it
go pee
works.
right before you go to sleep.
I try that too. But it's always in the morning. I'm rushing to pee because I hold it because it's waking me up in the middle of the night. Hate it.
You're not the only one.
Feels good hearing that.
I can sleep as long as my bladder will hold.
Yeah, basically, I can sleep as long as my bladder will hold. It's basically what I'm going through. Uh,
You have a lot more trouble getting to sleep than I do, though,
yeah, so
because I
that's
don't
why I
stay up
fight
till
waking
3.
up.
That amount
I
of
like,
time that your bladder can hold gets less and less as you get older and older.
um, you guys got something here, and I think I have read this before, but I'll read it again because maybe you might not have been here, and this was a good one. It says my epileptic girlfriend had a TC in front of me, and I'm an EMT. And for the first time, I was terrified in a medical situation. Potential trigger warning, description of a bad seizure. I've been dating the most amazing woman I've seen, the most amazing woman for over 7 months now. She's an angel on earth, and she's the first thing I think of when I in the morning, and the last thing I think of before I fall asleep at night. This is probably a pretty niche post, but it's all also kind of niche perspective. I've seen a lot of cardiac arrest. I've seen trauma. I've seen seizures. I've seen real medical emergencies with comical frequency, and never once have I been terrified. Never once have I been terrified about one as I am now. Drugs are the only thing that can reverse her condition. And for the first time in my life, I was just a bystander. The way her face and body contorted 1 second after I realized she was playing around, realized she wasn't playing around, is something I'll never forget. I sat there and held her in recovery with my knee, my other leg planted on the floor, trembling as I just had to watch her bleed and vomit and spit leak out of her clenching jaw as she convulsed against me. She's very insecure about her epilepsy, and the last thing I wanted was for her to wake up with a fat, greasy, fatigued medic and EMT tracking mud all over the apartment while they demanded her insurance card and ID while she was postictal. My timer hit 4 minutes. The pallor on her face and cyanosis on her lips started to show, and I grabbed my phone and shakily unlocked it to call 911. Before my stupid, shaky fingers could even type the three numbers, she let out the loudest gasp, snore I've ever heard, worse than Narcan, and I've never felt so happy in my life. I held her and petted her head, listening to her actually ventilate by herself until she came to and then explained what happened. That was almost 6 hours ago. And now, is she back to normal? Okay, that was 6 hours to go. And only now is she back to normal, albeit sore and with mild lingering headache and difficult talking of her tongue and uh, because of her tongue. We have emergency appointment with our neuro tomorrow to have another workup because she only started experiencing TCs recently. I'm probably just paranoid. Would make both of us feel a lot more comfortable. No, no. Probably paranoid, but I've never seen. Okay, I'm sorry, you guys. I read the same line over sometimes, and then I just get lost. My brain. We have an emergency appointment tomorrow with the neuro. to have another workup because she only started experiencing TCs recently. I'm probably just paranoid, but I've never been so scared and helpless in my life. And I feel like getting her a script for PRN nasal value would make us feel both more comfortable. Epilepsy is terrifying, and I feel like it's going to take me a long time to fully be comfortable with her not being around, her family, or me. Just don't know what to do from here. And I thought being an EMT would help.
Take a deep breath, first of all, and it's always going to be different when it's someone you love rather than someone else.
Right. Doctors probably would care more if it was their child. Yeah. You see more research if it was their child or them.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean,
But
there's a lot of doctors have children, and it's not like they don't put any less effort into their work simply because their children don't have any, whatever condition. But, you know, I don't, I don't, I don't
gotcha.
think that there would necessarily be more medical research if more doctors were required to be parents. You know, weird way to
Okay.
think about it, I guess. I,
What do you do about that? This person's just asking for advice. I think they're doing decent. I mean, it's normal to be scared. I mean, panic is normal. Uh, it's a human emotion. You've never experienced it. Like you said, you've never seen that before. So, I mean, seen her do it before. Uh, but that was interesting that this person said that they were a paramedic and they were scared. Uh, yeah, but yeah. You guys
Seeing a
have any
medical
advice?
seeing a medical emergency with someone in your family that you care greatly about is absolutely terrifying, whether you're a trained paramedic or not, I'm sure. It's it's a traumatic event,
Okay.
but they're doing the best they can. At least they had the training that they had and knew the proper things to do when she had the seizure because of their training. So just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah. The thing where they said
there's
let
an
out the. Go ahead.
there's an opportunity here to take this experience and use it to like inform or inform the empathy that they have for their patients moving forward. Now they've been in that other side
Situation.
of the, yeah, flip side, caregiver versus caretaker versus care receiver. So, I don't know. I'm jumbly today.
Um, the icebreaker was. Hmm, it's somewhere. It's almost there.
That make you feel dirty.
Yes. Mark, did you hear that?
Kids are heading out. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll read some of these comments then. Where the paramedic was asking, what should they do? One says hugs. That sounds terrifying. One says fuck epilepsy. This shit sucks. Another comment says my husband is a combat veteran, airborne infantry from OEF. He was shot, saw people die in horrible ways. He said after our daughter's first seizure that it was far and away the absolute worst thing he'd ever experienced. A friend of mine is an ER doc who came upon a man collapsed in his driveway on a run and had to do CPR. He was already deadly sad deadly sadly. It really messed with her for a few days. For context, really changes the experience. At work, it's a job. In real life, you're just a person seeing something scary to someone you love. Another comment says, I'm the epileptic one in the marriage. I also have TCs and have been hospitalized a few times. I absolutely hate knowing how worried my husband gets about even the chance that I'll have a seizure. Just know she might get embarrassed, but you are doing the very best by her. She's lucky to have someone who cares so much for her. Right. Yeah. And one more comment here. It says, does anybody get hiccups a lot other than me? You guys
I
think
get them
it's
all the
talking?
time.
Okay. Because mainly doing this, I get a lot of hiccups when talking for hours.
It's because you're vaping all the time. Stomach
Speaking of
conditions
vaping,
and smoking and things like that can give you the hiccups.
yeah, I think I heard that from someone. But another comment here says, personally, you did good, dude. Don't stop that caring feature you have. It looks great on you, bro. Yes. Uh, yeah, sometimes all you just need is someone there to care. You guys didn't have Keppra rage stories, or do you? Because I don't have a big story to explain, but I did have a post. Um,
I was a mess on Keppra. That's the only medication I've demanded to get off of.
Same here. Uh, I'll go back to that one now. Jeff?
Look, same here. I was a total mess on Keppra. I wanted to kill people just for parking over a line in a parking lot. Um, I was my whole personality changed, and I couldn't get off it fast enough.
I got another post here. It says, if it's looking like it is epilepsy, then maybe don't do this. I'm looking for advice, so I'll tell you what my situation is like. So my doctor is thinking it is either psychogenic or epileptic seizures and leaning towards epilepsy. This is really new for me, and if you're in a similar place to me, I recommend the following. Don't sort by top. Okay. Don't sort by top of all time on this sub until you have time to process information. I did not take that time as I tend to research things to an extreme, and it really messed me up and scarred me due to number of posts at the top being about death. I was not in a good place to see that, but I am okay now. I'm just warning people that finding your information on Reddit can hurt. They're asking for advice. Yes, you don't get medical advice on Reddit. I highly suggest you do not get medical advice on Reddit. But I mean, you can get advice based on my experiences. Um, yeah, you got to go get a second opinion, I could say. Go see another doctor, get a second opinion if you don't like the first one. Uh, if you don't like the second one, get a third opinion. Best of three, best of five, maybe. Whatever makes you feel better, I could say. The first comment here says, definitely do not browse through the depression subreddit or homeless because you will not get a warm feeling of hopefulness. It also remember Reddit's bedrock is nitpicking and neg balling comments, so be careful. The internet is not the place. Another comment says it is incredibly rare, which is probably why it is so popular in this. People are drawn to rare things.
Well, and you got to
People
keep
are
into
drawn.
consideration too that you always hear about all the bad stuff online. You don't have people on here saying, "Oh, this was so great. This was so great." You always get people on asking questions about the worst part of everything they're going through.
Right. Uh, this one is about alcohol, but me and you don't drink. But it's
Very
asking for
rarely.
advice. It's asking for advice, and I remember my drinking days. It says alcohol. I have focal epilepsy and recently heard that even the small amount of alcohol can cause a seizure the following day while taking Lamotrigine. I am on a rather heavy dose, 200 milligrams twice a day, so that concerns me. Does anyone know if this is true? I hardly drink, but enjoy a glass of wine from time to time. Let me remind you that I did not read this ahead of time. But this person's also taken the Lamotrigine like me, um, twice a day, like they said, and they're um, yeah, they're
200
taking
twice a day is
Lamotrigine
what
for
I'm
20
on.
days. Yeah, well, we can relate to this, I guess. This person says they hardly drink. Like myself, I hardly drink.
It's
Yeah,
really individual about whether it's alcohol as a trigger or not.
yeah.
It,
I've heard people say that they can have certain amounts of alcohol and it won't bother them. I've heard people say they can drink beer and not drink alcohol, and that would help with them. I've heard people say don't drink any alcohol. I don't suggest alcohol, so but to each his own. Yeah, my mom has this fruit drinks with alcohol in it, and they smell so good. The other day, I was thinking about asking for some, but I was just like, "How about we not? Just not ask for anything and go about the day." But it smelled really good. It was like some kind of smearing off orange juice thing, and yeah,
you're having a screwdriver, vodka and
might
orange
have been.
juice.
Uh, this smelled fruity. It didn't smell like orange juice. Orange juice is fruity, but this one it smelled like some other fruit. It smelled like a smoothie. I mean, it smelled like a
Maybe
smoothie.
she put flavored vodka in it. Maybe it was like pineapple vodka in orange juice.
No, it was in a bottle. It was from Smirnoff. It was orange, but it wasn't orange juice because it smelled like, just think of the tropical drink smells. It smelled like that. It smelled like it didn't have alcohol in it, and it did. But it was, yeah. I almost tried it. But anyway,
I probably would have.
this person says,
I drank last summer, so
yeah, I drank last Easter, so yeah. Then I started coming here, and then I was like, time to stop. Yeah, the comments here. One says it's not about Lamotrigine. Alcohol increases the side effects, but the seizure risk isn't linked to this med. It's a trigger in epilepsy in general. It's worse for some than others. Another comment here says I could have 4 or 5 drinks on a night and be okay. Though I must be sleep well afterwards and take meds on time, others can barely deal with alcohol at all. So the real answer is a vague one. It depends. 2 more comments. One says really depends on the individual. I do find just might get an interaction between alcohol and the meds, which is expected. I always stay on top of my electrolytes, which could be bias, could bias my answer. I've yet to have a seizure following drinking in the past 10 years. Another comment says alcohol itself actually raises the seizure threshold, I think. It's the withdrawal, dehydration, and sleep quality that comes with alcohol that lowers the seizure threshold. On a rare occasion that I drink, I make sure I have very diluted alcohol. So, like 1/3 beer, 2/3 lemonade, and drink water in between and make sure I have a few hours with alcohol, a few hours without alcohol before going to bed. Uh, can you sleep when you're, this person said a few hours. I forgot what they said. Basically, like they were, after drinking, they spent a few hours before going to bed. I was thinking, I'm like, wouldn't that be like, wait till you sober up to go to sleep, is what they're telling you?
It's kind of what it sounds like to me.
Okay.
I'm not leaving you. I just got to grab something.
Gotcha. Um, all right. 6-month-old. It says, help. So my brother got his first seizure or epilepsy at the age of 13, and later we found out that it is because he is premature, born at 8 months, and he didn't cried at birth. So the oxygen didn't flow through his nerves, and he was having Valparol 300. Then after 3 years, again, he had a seizure at 16, and then the doctor added clobazam, 10 milligrams at night, and increased Valparol to 500 milligrams now. Yesterday, after 2 years, he again got one, and the MRI report says mild, asymmetrical, hyperintense, signal in bilateral, paratrigonal, white matter, suggest of leukemia. Oh, leu, leukomalacia, not leukemia. Sorry, you guys, my eyes and then this shit. Now I discovered many people get seizure for 5 minutes or so, but he gets back to back for 2 or 3 and don't get conscious for 2 to 3 hours until he's admitted in the hospital. And this is the doctor. And this time the doctor added Lavera 500 and said that the scar in the white matter of brain could not be treated. So he will always have a chance to get a seizure in life. And he had to take medicine for life. And the most difficult part is he always gets seizures at night, and his body, after a seizure, does not respond and act like he is dead. Now all family members are scared what will happen anytime, and I don't know what to do. Um, hey, Kevin. Oh, the icebreaker for you would be something that makes you feel dirty. I remembered it this time. Me, I said that it was my feet. And I noticed that one time when I went outside with my shoes off, because I go outside with my shoes off kind of often when I go take the garbage out or do something close to the door. Uh, I hate when my feet feel dirty. So that was my answer. Sometimes it'll make me take a shower just right then and there. Sometimes it won't.
Something that makes me feel dirty. My dirt.
Dirt.
Um, no, it's stupid. Um, I can think of something better than that. I don't particularly like yeah, the recycling. Yeah, recycling's always sticky, but I don't like um, I don't know. I don't really have uh,
Really have an answer for that one?
I'm just not very particular about I don't
Hmm. Okay.
yeah.
Got something
Yeah.
here. And it said, did anybody else get the wrong diagnosis? I've been dealing with depression for about 6 years. I've been struggling with constant fatigue and increasing forgetfulness. Since October, I've had several tonic-clonic seizures, even though my MRI and EEG were normal. On top of that, I sometimes experience sudden, intense suicidal that feel very different from my usual depression. They come out of nowhere and then fade again. Today, I was waiting for a taxi and completely zoned out. The driver honked several times, but I couldn't hear a thing, and I felt like I wasn't here for a moment. This makes me wonder, is this all just depression, or of I have seizures and I didn't notice? Or maybe there's something neurological going on. My question is, are there people who were misdiagnosed, and how did you find out? How do I find out? How did you find out was a question, and how do I find out was a question. Um, uh, I wasn't misdiagnosed, so uh, yeah, I went to the hospital the second time I had a seizure, 2 days after I had my first one, and that was the diagnosis. That was all they need. Um, oh, this person was also asking for advice, so I was wondering what you guys had to say. This person, they need some significant help. Okay.
Well, I suppose receiving a misdiagnosis is always jarring. Um, but all right, so they were misdiagnosed. One,
Yeah, they're asking, how do you
two.
get diagnosed and how do I get diagnosed? I don't know how you do that. Get a second opinion. There you go. Get another doctor to say, yeah, your second opinion. If you don't like the second opinion, get a third. Do the best of three, best of five.
Mm.
Your body. One comment here says, I have had ADHD, depression, and anxiety diagnosis for years before I had seizures. If you're having seizures, one way to tell that you're epileptic seizures is if you have a postictal state. I have had focal seizures and tonic-clonics, and the postictal state is more pronounced after tonic-clonics. My postictal state includes slurring, clumsiness, and sinus tachycardia. For the first couple of years, the first couple of hours post tonic-clonic, and then my entire body feeling sore and extreme fatigue for the next couple of days. According to my epileptologist, even though all of my scans and tests have come back clear, the postictal state, especially the sinus tachycardia that doesn't respond to the IV fluids, makes her confident I was having epileptic seizures and not psychogenic ones. That must suck to have seizures and not be able to get an explanation for it. And then they're just telling you it's a non-psychogenic. That word sucks. Yeah. Kevin, you ever got a misdiagnosis or had to prove you had epilepsy, or you just got it?
I don't think so. Um, it was just difficult starting off when I was first diagnosed. Difficulty with my first neurologist, I would say.
Okay. Uh,
You know, when the myoclonic seizures really started kicking in, I don't think the doctors really noticed it. And when I got a new neurologist a second opinion, I suppose. Um, he caught on right away and said, "Oh, we should add this medicine," and yeah, it really took care of it. Um, yeah, so second opinions are very important. Seeing new doctors, yeah, absolutely.
Advocate for yourself.
Yeah, and always
Yeah.
keep track of anything, anything that you see changes in your seizures, because I was not, you know, that was a huge change. The myoclonics, they when they started getting worse, and yeah, so and epilepsy changes over your life a lot, so or it can, so be aware and take notes.
Right. Um, I got something here though. It says my neurologist told me there is no memory problem with Lamotrigine. This doesn't seem accurate. Can I get a medical exception? US and WFH. First, you got to find out what WFH means.
Work
Uh,
from home.
oh, okay. Okay. It says, can I get a medical exception and work from home? Hey, all, I want to know if you're also experiencing foggy memory and lamotrigine. I had an appointment with my neurologist in which I was told there was no problem with my medication, that it was probably just the epilepsy. However, this has never happened to me. It all started back in September when I began taking 400 milligrams of Lamictal a day. I don't get seizures that often. Again, the last one happened in September. Forgetting things is super scary. My friends and family have been like, in quote, "Are you serious? You can't remember this?" Me too. Also, when talking, I notice I've forgotten a lot of words. English is my second language, and I've felt dumb at work when I couldn't speak like I used to, like I didn't know English at all. I'm extremely frustrated. On the other hand, I tried to get a medical exception with and work from home, but I was told that HR needs to send an FMLA form to my doctor, but this translates into unpaid leave. I just want to work from home in case I have a seizure or need assistance. Um, is there a medical exception in the U.S. to work from home? I don't know. This person didn't exactly say what they did that I remember, and that's how
Yeah, I
you get
mean,
accommodations.
if they're a warehouse worker, there isn't really a viable work from home option, you know. But if they're doing like HR stuff, I don't know. I guess it would depend on the sort of role that HR is taking, right? If it's a something for like, I don't know, like university on campus stuff, a lot of stuff in that realm might need to be more in person. Maybe. I don't know. But I don't know. I definitely think there could be fields where it's a lot easier to do, for sure. And I didn't hear any of those fields mentioned in the OP. Um, I don't know.
Work from home jobs are hard to get. I heard. Um,
Everybody
so
wants them. If you can get
right,
them, why not, right?
right. I could work in front of my TV and video games and podcasts while working.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's a big part of why a lot of companies had started reinstating, return to office mandates because people were just not doing much of anything, you know. Um, just send off a few emails in the morning, hop on the Xbox or YouTube for whatever, and not really put in any extra effort beyond, what they when they don't have the fear of a manager, you know, happening to peer over their shoulder or stop by and drop anything on their lap. Or if something is dropped on their lap, when they have the plausible deniability to say, "Oh, I didn't see that when you sent it," right? I don't know. Yeah, nobody wants to go to work. Newsflash.
I do.
Yeah. Well, you don't work in an office. I guess not.
Right.
I should have been a little more specific then. Nobody wants to work in an office building.
Right.
Well,
So I was
there's
gonna
going to
say,
be somebody, there's going to be some weirdo who wants it, right? Somebody who likes it. But yeah, the exception
yeah,
that
man.
proves the rule.
I love the interacting with other people part. Yeah, yeah, and then you get paid. You
Well,
interact with people for 8 hours
that was
a day.
not what office work was supposed to be. Talking, interacting with
Oh
people. It's
no.
supposed to be working. You know, if you're interacting,
Right.
talking 8 hours a day in an office building, in an office job, you wouldn't make it too long. Poor performance reviews. Well, unless you had a good union. Yeah.
Well, I mean, a long time ago, I mean, uh, office interaction was encouraged. It was your family for the most part. A lot of companies and government and they would socialize outside work, and it was very much encouraged. I don't know about today, how common that is, but yeah, it was a very much integral part of your life. People would, go to work and they would socialize outside, and yeah, it would be very fulfilling, or could be at least. I think I'm assuming that's disappeared a lot from corporate America, but yeah, but it's still good to get out and socialize, I think.
Yes, I feel like it is. We would be totally different people if we were in the work field around people having fun. Um, I mean, that's what I remember. The fun part. I'm a very talkative person. Like when I'm at work, if I get with a group of people that I know, it's fun just being around those people. You know what I mean? Like I met you guys and want to do this for the rest of my life now. Is anybody hot with me? Well, of course not. We're in different states. That was a dumb
Is
question.
that like a humble brag or something?
No. Uh,
Yeah,
Not so
yeah.
humble brag, maybe.
She just got
yeah,
a
it's a
hot
little warm
flash.
here. Yeah, but
Um,
I'm supposed to
yeah,
be having a
yeah.
seizure soon. If the calendar serves me right, I should be having a seizure soon. Uh, yeah, you
Positive.
guys might get to see one. Oh, um, Kevin, there's a comment for you in the comments. It says Kevin might be having thunderstorms. Uh,
Is let's see.
I'm assuming you might. So
That was a comment for me.
yes, yeah, it was just a comment.
I appreciate the heads up.
Wait, there is a question mark, but it said Kevin might be having thunderstorms. Question mark. Press that thumbs up button.
Evan might be having thunderstorms.
I don't know, Kevin. I'm just going on what it's saying, man. I'm just reading.
I don't think
Yeah.
I'll
so.
shoot the message.
Last night it rained, but no thunderstorms. Nothing today.
Oh, okay.
I'm seeing tonight
Cool, cool.
at midnight. It's supposed to rain a little.
Yeah. Got something here. Does anyone have experience suing healthcare providers? No? Is that something we should move forward through? Yeah.
I mean, I would
I
love
was
to hear
wondering.
what they have to say, and I would
I was
love to
gonna read
talk
it.
about it. This sounds fascinating.
It does. I was reading it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does, does anyone have experience suing healthcare providers? My previous post on here highlights the huge issues I've encountered and massive failures and negligence I've had. When I went to the psych ward to see a psychiatrist due to medication negligence affecting me significantly in the mental department twice, he was clearly mortified at what I was explaining to him. I never really thought it could be malpractice, and he never really spoke to me. He just sent me on my way and said he will make a referral to another neuro department at a different hospital to review my files. What I want to know is anyone here have experience putting claims in for horrifying cases or heard about anything like this misconduct and negligence. Uh, I don't have any experience with that, but I read that for you, Mark. Advice for this person, you guys: get a
I
second opinion. Oh, that's kind of what this person's kind of sending you to. So
For a
go ahead,
rock, and
Mark.
you can hit a lawyer. So
Is it malpractice to refer somebody to a second opinion? Did I miss something? Did I zone out for a second? Did they say what specifically the person did that was like constituted negligence? Or
Um,
because I didn't hear anything there that sounded like malpractice, just a referral. It's routine. If they didn't like
okay.
it, then, you know.
It says they went to the mental department twice. He was clearly mortified at what I was explaining to him. I never really thought it could be malpractice, and he never really spoke to me. He just sent me on my way and said he will make a referral to another neuro department at a different hospital to review my files. I think, yeah, now that I read it out loud again, kind of sounds like this person's just kind of angry with the decision of the doctor. Sometimes doctors need help and they send us to referrals to other people. So that's normal.
Yeah,
This
I don't know. But once again, there's plenty of lawyers to talk to. I would say if you're thinking about any sort of litigation, you should have no problem talking to one because they're everywhere.
there's a comment here. It says I put in an application for someone to advocate for me, and no one responded. I have sent strongly worded emails, but my GP said himself that other doctors don't enjoy being chased up for things and they will penalize you for it. So my GP would chase up mental health, and it's been 18 months with no response from them. They did phone me in a crisis and tell me to do it myself and not to burden A and E with problems. They never spoke about referral despite neurology. Now, also chasing it, we think I've been dropped entirely because of how many people told them I needed to be seen. I made complaints before and it's never gone anywhere. I have sent emails to people and have got no response. I've done all the low level stuff and gotten nowhere with them or anyone who can help put even a complaint in for me on this stuff. I would imagine the legal route would be similar. Uh, yeah, it just sounds like they're not liking what their doctor's telling them. But they really didn't explain their doctor's telling them. Go ahead, Mark.
Just as a side note, this is also a problem that kind of is baked into um, systems like the NHS over in Britain, um, universal health care. When it's universal, there's no choice of provider. They're at the whim of whatever is being told to them. They don't, unless they, pay exorbitantly out of pocket, which over there it's even worse than it is over here. Um, you know, I I don't know. I've only heard stories of long wait times and uh, nightmarish bureaucracy. I haven't heard any quick, happy, to the point diagnosis resolution sort of happy stories from the NHS. Um, but that doesn't mean they aren't there. It's just an observation. More often than not, the stories I hear coming out of the NHS are complaining, negative, um, um, problems getting the health care that people need.
I don't think the NHS actually pay out of pocket though.
No, they don't. That's the private. If you go outside of the NHS, there are doctors over in England that you pay entirely out of pocket. No anything, no insurance, anything. All if you want to fund it all yourself out of pocket, if you're that wealthy, you can get, extremely top notch, top quality, no wait healthcare in Britain. Um, but um, to, yeah.
Um, anybody here on Keppra at the moment? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Um, got something here that says DAE, not know their seizure aura. Anybody know what DAE means? Isn't it like a seizure or something?
Does anybody else?
Hmm. Okay, I'm thinking of all the letters of epilepsies, but yeah. Did anybody, what was the E mean? Did
Does
anybody
anybody else? Yep.
know their seizure aura? I don't remember what happens before my seizures. It's a blackout for me. I only know what I was doing because I can see I can see it through my activity online what situation they found me in, such as when they found me at my desk with my game open, then I know I was gaming, But I won't remember it. I see people talk about their auras, and it makes me feel odd. I have no idea what mine could be, and it's a scary feeling. Anyone else? Uh,
Not everybody has auras.
right. I never have auras that lead to a seizure, uh, or that leads to a TC, because an aura is a seizure. Uh, yeah. First comment here says totally possible that you don't even have auras. I think auras are more common in certain types of epilepsy. And if you don't fit in that group, then it's pretty much normal to not experience auras. Another comment says, I don't have auras most of the time because I have frontal lobe epilepsy. I don't even know what lobe I have epilepsy. I just know it's there. One more comment says, I have this problem. I don't know what mine is specifically. I'm diagnosed with idiopathic epilepsy, so they don't know what exactly causes it. Kevin, do you know the cause of your epilepsy?
The actual cause, no. I've never had a genetic test or anything, so it's idiopathic. That's the word. Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
it could be something genetic, but I have, theories about it. So, yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Um, we can't talk about that one. Anybody have any Apple Watches or any detectable devices? It says wearable seizure detection advice. Uh, how
I'm
do
just a
these
Fitbit,
devices detect seizures? Come again?
just a Fitbit, not a bespoke seizure device. I don't know if that's what they're asking about.
It's an easy one. It says how do these devices detect seizures? Only when the motion detection could be just normal movement or irregular body movement, but not caused by seizure, but from a different disease. Uh,
Well, there's a collection of variables that they're looking at when they're um, taking these measurements, and include heart rate, the skin conductivity, the um, um, I'm blanking. I'm sorry, my brain is fried after the kids have been here all afternoon. But the um, yeah, there's a collection of variables. Um, big one that I know is the heart rate. That approximately 80% of seizures are associated with some degree of heart rate increase, per the representative from the VNS implant company when I had my VNS done last October. So when they put them in now, they have a lead that, or they use the read from the lead to check the heart rate and automatically dose the VNS when the heart rate jumps like that. Um, but the, you know, fitness devices measuring heart rate have access to the same data, not necessarily at the same, turnaround time. And I don't think that they sample as frequently in those, but um, they would, um, that would be a big indicator for them. And then the accelerometer, either like drop, fall. I mean, fall detection already alone, even before any sort of seizure, um, is brought into it has already been a thing for a while on these devices. So when you tie that in with heart rate and, you know, skin conductivity responses, sweating changes, um, you get a combination of variables that can lead to a pretty high confidence level that there is some sort of seizure event going on.
Okay. Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button. Andrea, don't you have an Apple Watch?
No, I have a Google Pixel watch, but I don't really have anything to add to what Mark said.
Me either.
Mine will track the heart rate and it has like I can call for 911 on it really easy. It's like a couple swipes and hit a button and it's set up in my phone to send them all the information that I have in my phone. Because there's like a place you can put in like what meds you're on and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, that's cool, but it's not an actual seizure detection watch. And the ones that I've heard of, from what I hear, they give a lot of false alarms. And the actual, seizure watches.
But it sounds like that's doing a lot more than my little Fitbit thing. I just got a little, you know, fitness tracker, not even mine can't even do the like emergency contact stuff. So
It
um,
has another thing, what do they call it? A safety check, where I can like set a timer on it basically and put in like I'm gonna go for a walk and set a timer for 30 minutes. And if I don't clear that out before the 30 minutes, it will send a notification to my emergency contacts that are set up in there and let them know like what I put in, like I was going on a walk or I'm in the shower or, stuff like that. So, I mean, they can be pretty handy, but
yeah.
they're not actual seizure detection watches.
Okay. Um, before we move on, the icebreaker for, I think, Mark and Chip.
Kevin,
Kevin, did you
did
get the
Kevin
icebreaker?
answer?
No, I don't think you did. Uh, something that makes you feel dirty. And for instance, mine was going outside with my shoes off. Or like when my feet feel dirty on the bottom, then I just feel like I need to take a shower. Uh, because sometimes I have my feet on the bed or cross my legs and I'll sit on the couch. Yeah. What's something that makes you feel dirty?
My turn to answer.
Yep, yep.
For it.
So this is the first thing that came into mind, but it's not true. Porno. Anyway,
That was that was one thing that makes me. I was thinking that too. I was like, I was gonna say you guys can't say porn, but I was just like, I'll just let it out. But I didn't
oh,
say it, so yeah,
I
you
could
said it.
say anything. It's all good.
Yeah, my first question was what kind of dirty we talking about?
I didn't even need to ask that
Yeah.
question because then you get parameters,
I
you know?
was I was just gonna be quiet. I didn't have anything good to say. I was always told if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all.
Yeah, but that's
And
still
that's
fun.
exactly right. There's a time and a place for everything. I've heard too. So, um, but yeah, Mark, something that makes you feel dirty. I forgot what yours was, Andrea. What'd you say?
I just agreed with you, like just physically feeling dirty, like you go and do yard work and you get all hot and sweaty or whatever, and it's just like, okay, I need a shower now.
Right,
My
gotcha,
old
gotcha.
job made me feel very dirty.
I have another good one. That's more G-rated. When I take mass transit and I get home, I always feel disgusting. And for the record, I have to do that almost every day. So I feel disgusting almost every day. It's wonderful.
Take
It's like
the
you got to take a shower. You were just around people all day. You got to take a shower.
Oh, the second I get home, I'm in the shower before I do anything else. Because, yeah, that's
Gotcha.
disgusting. No offense,
definitely that.
but
All right, I got a better one. My original answer.
Kevin
And you,
said dirt. I
just
said earlier, you said dirt makes you feel dirty.
a stupid answer. Um, just eating too much. Have you ever just eaten so much that you just feel greasy and get the sweats and
I got you.
nobody?
Because I've been doing that recently. After every time I eat, I've been washing my face because it's mainly
Yeah,
because of the beard. Kevin, you don't have a beard, so you wouldn't know that part, but I always feel like it's in my beard and I need to
I
wash
u-
my face.
I used to have a beard,
Oh,
and yeah, that was yeah. So I do know that it just got so itchy I had to cut it off and.
hmm.
Mm,
I was going to
But
shave today, but I forgot. So I will shave for tomorrow.
yeah,
But I have something here. It says sleep. My time, I time my sleep well during the week. But on the weekends, usually once a month, I'll stay up too late and only get 3 to 5 hours of sleep. I'm especially scared I'm going to have a seizure because I'm on my period, which also causes seizures. What do you do in these times? I just kind of counted us guys out. I was going to read it because I don't get sleep. That's what made me want to read it. But then she started talking about her period at the end of the month. So, other than that part, what do I do in situations where I need sleep? Is what it sounds like. Feels like you're gonna have a seizure. So, get some sleep. Don't try the 1 day a month to stay up and not have a seizure. What they say? 1 day a month, one weekend a month. Not a good idea. Um, Mark's looking like, what the hell? Uh,
Now I'm watching Kitty coming up. She jumped up. Kitty got all kinds of Reiki brushes. I got like 3 cats worth of extra fur off of this little pretty girl today. So she's feeling all super dolled up, and she wanted me to see it. Wanted you to see it, I guess I should say. But yeah, she's
Does she
coming up
behave
and
when you brush her?
oh, she sat there the whole time and just adored me while I was doing it.
Jinx will barely sit still for me, and then he starts biting the brush.
Oh yeah, that sounds like Poofy. Poofy will want to draw blood, but Kitty, Kitty is wonderful about it. Um, we need to try to figure out a way to get Poofy to allow us to actually brush her because the longer fur, she's really it's starting to get a problem. She's gonna get all clumped, and then we're gonna have to shave her
Go get her
and get
shaved.
all clogged up and whatever. But at least that would give the opportunity to give her an absolutely stupid looking lion cut. You know, big puff around the head and nothing but a just little poof ball at the very tip of the tail. Um, yeah,
If
and
you
then the
can't
big
brush
like,
her, I imagine shaving her would be quite a feat.
no, I'd pay someone to do that. Someone else can sacrifice their bodily integrity, you know, blood, sweat, and tears. I'm I'm good. I've learned my lesson already. Mm,
um, I got something here. Anyone else anyone else less afraid of death? Triggers: death, depression, mortality. Ever since I've had TC, seizures, I've stopped fearing death. I've, end quote, passed out so many times that I sometimes think this is how death will be. One day it'll come and it'll be nothingness. No pain, no memories, no happiness or sadness, just nothing. I used to be afraid of death, but I've had 4 to 5 minute seizures, and every time I wake up, it's like a new awful place. My body and brain are not aligned, and I'm in pain, and I feel awful. But during the seizure, it's just nothing, and I like that. I'm wanting to. I'm not wanting to die, but it made me more relaxed about death. Anyone else have this feeling or also share in that? I never really thought about it. So that's a weird one.
If you're
Yeah,
gonna die,
I
you're
think
gonna
about
die. It's your
seizures.
time.
Right. It's something I quit caring about.
I think I
Don't
would
stress
rather,
yourself about it.
right. I would prefer that to a big, long, drawn out, painful death from like cancer
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I watched my grandmother die of cancer. I would take SUDEP over that instantly.
any day. Any day.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I watched a lot of all of my grandparents go through horrible, long, drawn out, painful deaths. And if I don't wake up, I don't wake up. It was my time.
Mm,
I feel for
okay.
my children in that situation.
That's the easiest way to go. So we don't feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like you didn't even notice. No pain.
wouldn't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to die, but if I die, I want to die that way, right?
Right.
Yeah. Just boom,
Just
go to
lights out.
bed,
Yeah.
curtain closed. Nice. Tie a little bow on it and we're all set. Drop me in the ground or
And I've already told my
spread me
children, go for
wings.
the cheapest funeral you can. Don't spend money on me when I'm dead.
Drop
Man, you
me in
can
the
make me from some
trash.
ashes, spill my ashes into the Pacific coast. Yeah.
Did you know that it's illegal to have your body taxidermied after you die?
I thought that once upon a time. I was like, is there anybody who does that? But I didn't know it was illegal in all states.
It's considered desecration of a corpse. It's yeah,
I can see
even
that.
even like beforehand informed consent, you can't say being of clear and sound mind, do hereby bequeath my body to Jimbo's taxidermy for the purposes of creating a front of store display to draw in more customers because Jimbo's my buddy. I don't think that'd be legally binding.
But signing your body over to to medical school for, gross anatomy class isn't desecration of a corpse when they go in there and dissect us all.
No, because that's for a good cause. I mean, it is for a good
Right.
cause. Honestly,
It
I
is.
really, yeah, I would, tongue in cheek aside, I do want to donate my body to, a medical school, something, as opposed to taxidermy. But um,
Yeah.
honestly, I think I'd prefer that over any sort of traditional funeral, you know.
What about composting?
My parent, yeah. Hey, like The Expanse. I've just been rewatching The Expanse. Turn me into
There-
mushroom food.
There's
Yeah,
a place called the Body
Yeah,
Farm.
the body farm.
there's a place that'll take your body for composting.
Really?
You'll have a composting funeral.
Yes,
Yeah.
you
Really?
should look up the
That's pretty
Body
cool.
Farm.
That's kind of cool.
It's for
That's
it's
a
like
little
a
more business.
somewhat it's like for educational purposes, and I think they use it to help figure out how bodies decompose in different
Oh,
conditions.
oh yeah, like the FBI body farm, right? Where
Yeah.
they,
Never
yeah,
heard
they
of that.
leave them out and study in order. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah. When you were saying that, I was picturing them like, like sprinkling, composted grandma on the tomatoes to get them to come in big and red this year. I'm like, that sounds kind of really, is that really? You gotta be
A little
pulling.
tacky.
But yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. I'd donate my body to the FBI body farm. They can watch me rot. I'm not
Yeah.
doing
Grow
anything
some
else.
mushrooms.
Yeah, turn me into
Hope they're the
mushrooms.
good kind.
Good kind,
Grow
yeah.
some weed with me in the soil.
I
Yes.
think I think Andrea, there's a private company that's doing that now.
I
Really?
That's
think so.
actually that's actually using your body for compost.
Probably so.
Not like, yeah,
Okay. I want to learn about this.
Me too. We'll
yeah.
talk
I
about
was
this
scheduled
tomorrow.
for a webinar to learn about it, but I got sick that day and missed it. But I'm gonna check it out further.
All right. Yeah.
Sounds interesting.
Human composting or natural organic reduction. Terramation, gave it its own little word. Transforms a human body into nutrient-rich soil over 30 to 60 days using straw, wood chips, and microbes. Is a sustainable, eco-friendly alternative to cremation or traditional burial that sequesters carbon and creates soil for planting. Hell yeah.
Do they charge for this?
Legal in over a
Of
dozen
course.
states, including California. Of course, always have to add that little, this is legal in over X amount of states, including California,
Don't
because
forget
California
California.
always bans the weird stuff, the weird
Now, I
thing.
have to admit, there's one question I have to ask about that whole thing. When you
Oh,
go to the grocery store and you have regular and organic, what's the sign over the body decomposition vegetables going to be called? Because I want to buy those. I mean, that's pretty good. Decomposition, chili. What else can we
I
make?
was I was thinking
Try to call them you.
strawberries.
Yeah, decomposed strawberry body. That sounds great.
That was something I was thinking about, was growing fruit and how would that come about? Could you eat that grown with the human's body?
Or
make some
would you
like some, how about some deconstructed sliders with some composted
Lettuce and
tomato or
tomato.
something. Yeah, decomposted tomatoes. Mouth no work today. Gosh.
Mark, I have a question that you could probably answer. If I do that with my body and I get composted and they grow some kind of fruits or vegetables on that land, will the person eating them get stoned from all the weed I have in my system?
From you, almost certainly. Yeah. Um,
Smoking for 100 years.
yeah. I mean,
Not quite 100.
if
99.
anybody, then you could do that, Jeff. Yeah. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I wonder what happens if there's any concern about like medication metabolites or anything in the body being present in the soil after the composting process. Because I know that there's been alarm bells being raised over like drug byproducts, metabolites in just wastewater systems, you know. People are being prescribed all of these medications, and then once they've flushed through the body, they go into the sewer system and then out into the, you know, the environment in large. So we're flooding a lot of these, you know, waterways with pharmaceuticals, basically. Would this be putting that into the soil as well? I just
They're like a
I,
half-life on these medications, do they not? I thought they all go out of your or burn out of your system or something.
yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. You're probably right. They probably don't last too long.
I don't know,
Um,
Um,
not the
but
I don't know chemistry very extremely well, but I'll look it up later. Um,
I
a
mean,
question I had
considering
was,
how storage conditions for a lot of these medications have to be controlled such that they last for more than a year, they might not last quite as long as I was thinking initially.
I think I read something like they can s- tell what drugs you've taken because there's uh, residuals of it in your hair and in your fat
Oh,
or something.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah. If you were a stoner back in the day and that you were trying to get a job and they were doing a drug test and it was a hair test, you were fucked. There's no way getting past a hair test. The urine tests, there were ways to get around them, like drink a lot of Gatorade or use like synthetic urine to try to substitute it. The saliva tests only like a couple hours, but the hair lasts as long as the hair has grown. So you gotta like shave your head the day before. But
They sold urine in the 60s
oh
for what use?
for urine tests.
Oh,
yeah, the clean stuff, get by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you just meant like selling urine. I was gonna say, whoa.
Well,
Yeah, they
I
sold it
mean,
for you're trying
what
to get a
people
job in a
use it
drug test.
for is their own business, right? Ostensibly, it's being offered for drug tests.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
there was a South Park
yeah.
episode about that, right? And Kyle's mom got all into it. And yeah, she gave a whole speech about, you know, urine is completely sterile when it leaves the
oh,
body.
right, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, a whole speech. Shame on you for trying to kink shame, you know,
Oh, yeah,
healthy.
that one. Okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Um, but I mean, everything they said in that episode was true, and that was part of what those like synthetic urine products were s s- supposedly being sold for. You know, novelty piss is what they said. You know, for
What is
kinks
novelty?
and stuff. But in reality, it's so expensive that, you know, um, it's basically just the calibration fluid that they use on those testing machines to show, you know, this is what urine, baseline urine should look like with absolutely zero, and then compare it to. So you're basically just feeding a zero right back into the machine if you can substitute the the liquids. But yeah, it's an unexpected turn this conversation has taken, hasn't it?
Yeah, I got something here though. It says running thin on money, generic alternative for Lamictal and Keppra. Hello, I've been taking 150 milligrams of Lamictal, 1,000 milligrams of Keppra for nearly a decade. Not long ago, I brought some generic alternative of Lamictal. Don't remember the name anymore, but it was much cheaper. Was taking it for maybe 5 weeks or so and was fine. But next time I went to a chemist, I was nagged not to do that again and always buy the branded original. I'm running low on money and have to save every cent. I live in Europe where meds are heavily regulated and don't really believe chemist BS about generics working differently. So I want to start buying them again, but I'd like to hear your experiences if someone else decided to take the same route. I haven't had grand mal seizures in 10 plus years, and I only had petit mal like 18 months ago. Thank you for your help and have a lovely day. Uh, is a petit mal, does that have convulsions like a TC?
That's I think the um, old term for focal aware, I
Yeah, it
believe.
is. My
Oh,
neurologist just
okay.
told me that.
Okay, good. Yeah.
That's weird because that's what they called the myoclonic when I started having them.
Oh, and to answer the question about generic versus brand name, the only difference between generic and brand name is the inactive ingredients inside the medication. None of the active ingredients will change, just the inactive ingredients will. And some people can't deal with the inactive ingredients of some stuff, so they have to, a lot of times, they can pull the generic from a different pharmaceutical company. Like I know Costco, where I get all my prescriptions, does that. You know, if there was something that my wife was allergic to, they just go to a different pharmaceutical company. So yeah, generics are the same as brand name, and that's crazy that they
Okay.
they say you need brand name stuff. So that's why generics come out. The pharmaceutical company gets, was it 7 years or something like that, where they can't genericize it, but after
Yeah,
that,
like a 7-year monopoly.
yeah, because they need to get money back, which they deserve for putting
Yeah.
into all the medicines that they make, because all the failed ones that they make. But yeah, after that, generics and brand names are exactly the same. And that's surprising that the
Okay.
chemist didn't agree with that. But yeah,
Right.
it is what it is.
To the comments here, one says, I take those and 200 milligrams here in the US, $50 almost. Another comment says, when I was on Keppra, my neurologist gave me a generic alternative called Mativer or Matt Ever. I think it might be Mativer, Matever. Anybody ever heard that? These medication names are tricky to say.
Uh,
Yeah.
that I I wonder if they misspelled it. I mean, there's a fictional revolver from a video game called a Matever. Matever, like Matt and Ever.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's exactly how it's.
wonder if they misspelled something or change it.
Okay. I'll just read that and not say
Okay.
that there. It says, when I was on
Ma-
Keppra, the neurologist gave me a generic alternative. He said it was better than the original. Another comment here says, I take 4 separate ASMs, 3 of which are generic, and the fourth isn't because at the time the generic was on the market. I'm not going on the generic now just in case anything happens with a switch and I don't was to have a seizure after being 8 months seizure free. If that didn't make any sense, it's because that's how it was wrote and I just read it. One last comment says the generic version of Lamictal is Lamotrigine. Yes, it is, and I take it. It's treating me good. Um, just had my second seizure of the year. Need some advice. Hey guys, hope
Oh, okay.
all of you are doing well. Come again?
I thought for a second you were saying that you
Talking to
personally
me.
just had your second seizure for the year. I was like, what? Is this just
Oh no,
right
you would
now
have seen it.
happened or something? I didn't realize we were going
You
to a
missed
new one.
it.
I missed it. I'm clueless like I am about half of the time.
All right. Okay, got near. It says, hope you all are doing well. So, like the title says, I had a seizure this morning for about 1 minute. It sucks more because it's my second one in the year. First one in January. Thankfully, both happened while I was in bed. That's scary for me because I'm terrified of getting my meds upped. So, back to the story, real quick. I have had epilepsy for the past 8 years. I am now 33 in July. I have been on Lamotrigine 150 milligrams in the morning and 200 milligrams of clonazepam. One says, and 200 milligrams of clonazepam, zero point 0.5, but I ended up trying to be my own doctor and cut it down to zero point 0.25 milligrams. Plus, also was meant to be on Ram, these medication names. Let me know how you would pronounce this. Ramipexole. Ramapexole?
Ramapexole. That
Okay.
sounds, yeah, good enough.
Okay. Says plus also was meant to be on Ramapexole, zero point 0.15 milligrams for my restless leg, but decided tough it out and just look like I need to pee every minute. Ha ha. Anyway, I really wanted your advice on what you guys think is best way to move forward and what you guys think is the problem. Any advice is greatly appreciated. Uh, some advice would be send your neurologist a message, let them know what's going on. I also seen that they said they were afraid to say something mostly because they're afraid of getting their meds upped. And that's a valid point to be afraid of, but you want that doctor to know what you're going through and know what's going on. I'm no doctor. You choose if you want to tell them or not. But I don't suggest not telling the doctor. I advise getting first advice from there. Yeah, seizures are going to happen. Maybe it's time for an up of the dose. And, Mark, you got something?
Yeah, I would just put forth that withholding information from your doctor could at best just be a net zero, like no difference in your outlook or health outcomes. But um that's like best case scenario, that being silent is just nothing. More likely it's going to be a problem if there's something that they don't know about that they're not treating. um you have no idea how important it could be, how relevant it could be to anything. So yeah, I mean, when you're weighing a decision between, you know, telling someone or not, doing something or not, what is the worst case scenario of telling this person this thing? And then what is the best case scenario? And if the worst case scenario is nothing and the best case scenario is bad, then, split the difference and just tell your doctor because it's probably a good idea. Um, it's not guaranteed to come out to something to find something to save your life, but, on balance, it's more likely to help than to hurt because it isn't likely to hurt.
Okay. I got something here. It's specifically for both of you guys, and you guys just happen to be here, and I pulled it up. It says, "Is it time to give up on the VNS? I had the vagus nerve stimulator implanted in June 2024 with of it hopes of it bettering my focal seizure activity. I went in knowing it wasn't going to give me seizure freedom, but we've seen no positive changes to the number of seizures and the cluster pattern, 1 to 7 seizures every 2 weeks. No matter what setting it's on, been programmed to over one setting it's on, been programmed to over the last 2 years. Plus, it's given me an itchy rash on my shoulder and chest that is only getting worse no matter what prescription or topical cream I've tried. It doesn't seem like a ton of people on this sub even know what the VNS is, but if you have had experience and anecdotes that will help me make a decision, please share. I'm ready to give up on it." Should I get my
Well,
magnet? I'm just kidding.
um, Kevin has more VNS experience than I do at this point. If you'd like to take the lead.
Um, well, I hope first you're making progress with yours, and um, that's what it is. Basically, it's just progress over time. It does take time, and I forget how long exactly it took for mine to for my TCs to go away, but I've been trying to figure that out for a while, um, but the myoclonics didn't go away for a very long time. They didn't go away for many, many years. So, uh, and the TCs didn't go away for maybe maybe 2.5 years, maybe. So it does. I would not give up after what this person said, 2 years.
2024.
Yeah, yeah. I would not throw in the towel this early. Yeah, not at all. That would be very hasty.
Yeah.
Um, I would say keep at it, keep adjusting, because first of all, the myoclonics were the worst for me. Those were the ones that were killing me, and uh, leading into the a lot of TCs, and so once I got the TCs under control, I was still having the myoclonics, and that took another couple of years to get fully under control. And yeah, it's not going to be an overnight solution. Just start with that and start adjusting the VNS, and make sure your medications are good too. I had to readjust medications after after the VNS, I added one more medication. So keep that in mind. Okay.
Yeah, it's every single thought I had. You hit square on the head. Um, 2024, that's like that's almost nothing, you know. Um, yeah, mine's still getting tweaked. Just actually just on Tuesday morning. Yeah, Tuesday morning. I had an appointment, got it bumped up again, another 0.25. Don't know what my settings are at this point, but it's it's been it's been an adventure. Um, it's there's progress being made. I'm seeing fewer focals. They're not coming on as severe. Um, but there's also been medication adjustments in this time as well. Mine was installed October 2025, so mine's even newer. But they're, you know, increased the med a little bit and just keep bumping up the VNS doses, and they've got a long way to go on my VNS before um, I hit the top of the thing. I've only just recently started getting to what they call a therapeutic dose. So, um, yeah, don't give in, don't throw in the towel. Um,
Didn't they say something about an rash or something?
Yep. And
yeah,
it itches.
Right.
It
yeah,
makes me wonder if they maybe have some kind of a like a metal allergy or something and they're allergic to the whatever the VNS is made out of.
that's a good point.
There's a lot of wiring, right, going through. So I mean, I don't know exactly. I would just talk to your doctor, get anything addressed with that because that definitely seems to have you need to get that addressed right away. Any side effects like that need to be addressed immediately.
You guys ever thought about taking yours out? I mean, not you taking it out, but like you guys ever thought about when you do, or if you would, or
I personally just lean towards switching it off and leaving it there if it's not, you know, because of its physical presence causing any issues, you know, if I just don't need it doing its thing anymore. Um,
um,
mm,
Possibly
one thing.
someday.
Does your insurance cover that?
mine
Yeah, both of you.
removing the VNS?
No, like putting it in. Did your insurance cover all that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Need to
it
be on
took
the
a
docket.
while before it got to recommending a VNS. It was a long buildup of, you know, pissing the insurance company off enough to make them say, okay, it might actually be less expensive to pay a surgeon to stick it in this guy.
And
Yeah.
I had no idea what it was. It just came to the point where the doctor just said, "You're in bad shape. Maybe you should consider surgery." So, yeah.
Yeah. Got some comments here. One says, I got mine removed last year. You gave it time, but before you decide to discontinue, has it helped your depression symptoms, if applicable? Another comment here says, I had no idea at the time that my VNS was helping my depression so much until I had it removed after 8 years of having it. Pain and inflammation seem to have gotten worse since having it removed 7 years ago. It didn't stop my seizures.
What,
Another
so they
comment here
didn't
says,
realize how much the depression was affecting them until they had it removed, and then pain and inflammation also?
they didn't notice how much depression they had or how much it was helping their depression until they didn't have it.
But then pain and
Yeah.
inflammation also, or
Pain and
was that?
inflammation, yeah, that was after 7 years of it. They've gotten worse. Yeah. Yeah.
It's interesting.
So you don't have to take that out, right? Because you don't won't have to go through that itching period and all that stuff. You can just leave it in and turn it off.
Yeah, you
I
can.
if I turn it off, it wouldn't be for a long time, maybe 10 years or so. Yeah. Or maybe, yeah, about that, uh, about that long. So that's a long way off. But the depression thing is very interesting because I definitely was very in that dark place. So I would maybe, but I wasn't super depressed, but I was, yeah. Well, you don't know where you're going to be at until it's gone. So yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to see. It, everything is where I don't know. Everything's a hypothetical, so I have no idea where I'm going to be in that point. I don't know.
Okay. Back to the comments. Another comment here says, that's a little quick to give up on. They can take some folks. They can take some folks a long time to work. I did get mine removed for a couple reasons, but it hadn't done a thing for me in more than 20 years and had 2 models. Another comment says, I've had mine for over 20 years, a couple different models and battery replacements. It doesn't do anything as far as I can tell. It's been turned on a very low setting per my request. When I asked my neurologist about getting it removed, he was very against it. Now it's started to itch where the wires connect to the device. Ah,
So it
you
seems
guys don't get
weird
itchy.
that person is saying so confidently, it n- never really has done anything for me, and then say it's been kept at a low setting per my request. It's like, so you've never allowed it to actually be turned up enough to help you, and you're complaining about it never actually doing anything.
When it gets a
That's
long time.
Yeah, I'm just worried that it it takes time, just and patience. I'm very worried about this person because they could miss out on very effective treatment because of impatience.
No shortage of impatience in the era of social media, though.
Um, got three more comments here. One says, I also had the same sort of bleak response to the VNS implant. I ended up getting an RNS implant 5 years afterwards. The RNS implant has helped a lot. Another comment says, I'm kind of in the same position as you. I had a DBS, deep brain stimulator, implanted for over 2 years now, but because I'm technically part of a study, I can't really get mine removed. So don't feel like you're alone in this, but discuss with your talk about the issues and see what the best path forward would be. And the last comment says, hi, I was between a VNS and an LITT surgery years ago. I ended up having the LITT instead because I was able to, and they had warned me that the VNS may not work as well. The LITT surgery gave me 2 years seizure free, but in about a month of having a temporal lobectomy because my brain learned how to re-seize about a year and a half ago. I'm certainly not a doctor, but if you're seeing any reprieve, it may be time to either go back to your neurosurgeon or see someone for a second opinion. I'm surprised at how many people actually got it removed. Yeah, Tom, he got his turned off. He didn't get it removed.
He said that he was told that they could not be removed. So
I
he
have
was,
no idea.
yeah, he told me a couple times he was cautioning me against getting the VNS, advising me against getting it when I was considering it, and he said that um, his could not be removed. Maybe it's his, um, but I don't know. Um,
Yeah,
there's
I think he was telling me he got his turned off because uh, I think he said he went on vacation or something, and it wasn't. He had to keep the magnet on it. He had to put the magnet on his chest with some tape for their vacation
yeah,
because something wasn't working. So that's why he got it turned off. I believe.
yeah. I think this story I recall was that it started going off and just discharging constantly at absolute full power strength something so far so that he was like down on his hands and knees in the driveway and had to have his wife go into the house and get the magnet and yeah, with the VNS magnets, if you swipe the magnet over the thing, it triggers the impulse. If you hold the magnet over it, it shuts down the device for as long as the magnet is held over the implant there. So that's why the tape and everything. So he basically shut it off himself until he could get into the doctor to have the little wand do its thing. Um, but I haven't asked him since. Does he have it off for good now? Has he had it turned back on? Do you guys know?
I
Uh,
don't know.
to my knowledge, he has it turned off.
I'll try to make
Um,
a mental note and ask him about that next time I see him on here.
Yeah.
yeah, because I got this information from editing one of the videos I had with him. That's what I remember him saying. I think I was just editing that like a week ago, but yeah, yeah.
I don't know if he's ever
Okay.
considered turning it back on or anything, because I know that must have
He'll
been
be
a
here.
a horrible experience. I mean, she, hmm,
Yeah, you guys ever had to hold it to your chest and like never take it off? I forgot why the reason he did that, but he had to tape it to his chest for a whole vacation. I don't know how long it was, but yeah.
no, I've never had to do anything like that.
No, I've swiped a few times, but I've never had to keep it off. It does a good job of auto triggering, and then um, aside from that, I don't even really notice it much anymore. So
Yeah,
it's every
yeah,
once
I've
in a while
definitely.
I can feel my throat getting a little raspy right when I'm in the middle of talking, but it's it's not so bad. Just sounds like I need a sip of water.
Yeah, I think I feel
I
raspiness, and I've definitely swiped a ton of times. But yeah, yeah, it's been very effective in calming down um, seizures when I feel them coming on over the years. Yeah.
When do you recall when the last time was that you had swiped the magnet?
Um, Recently, I mean, like, uh, but not really because of s- seizures. It's like if I get dizzy, if I get like dizzy feelings now, I use it. Or if I, yeah,
And it
because
takes care of.
yeah, because uh, I don't, I don't have seizures anymore. So, if I feel just any sort of bodily, uh, if my homeostasis is off, I'll use it for that.
think I was
Or
the new one.
yeah, you know, I don't know why. I'll use it. If I'm going to sleep and I feel off, or just anything in my you know head is off, I might use it.
Um, mm, I forgot my question, but yeah. Got a post here. It says increase in dosage help. Quick background. Currently taking Lamotrigine. Previously took Keppra, but it didn't. It didn't, so they added Lamotrigine. Worked when I was taking both together. Took me off Keppra because he attributed the success to Lamotrigine. Since starting only Lamotrigine in August, I've had two auras where I was fully conscious and mobile, and nothing happened afterwards. My doctor gave me three options. One, do nothing and see if it becomes more concerning. Two, increase Lamotrigine dosage, already at 200. Three, add Keppra back. I felt better since. Uh, Question: has anyone faced something similar? Should I just increase the dosage or wait? Since nothing happened afterwards, I don't know what would make it more concerning other than the obvious. Little annoyed, he asks for my decision when he's the doctor, but it's my body, so I kind of get it. I'm sorry if that was a dumb question. Please just need some advice because none of my family or friends understand what it's like. Uh, I personally don't want to start a new medicine. Um, don't want to be on any new pills because I don't want new side effects. But to increase this dose would be nice. When I get a neurologist that's going to listen, I'm going to ask them about a dose increase because, yeah, for these every 3 month seizures, pattern has to mean something. Before I could tell my last neurologist, he retired. So, um, um, yeah. Um, the question here, I don't know if you guys heard me, but it says, "Does anyone face anything similar? And should they increase the dosage or wait it out since nothing happened afterwards?"
I say just talk to their doctor and let their doctor, see what their doctor's opinion is because they know their case better. But I would always go for a dosage increase over the adding another medication.
Right. Same. Uh, One comment here says, "I'm on 300 milligrams of Lamotrigine, started on 2, and I barely felt this increase to affect my mood and perception." Another comment is, "If you felt good on 2 meds, why not go back to 2? I don't see the harm." Hmm. Did you feel better when on more medications?
Depends on what you mean by better. My seizures decreased
Uh,
with every dosage increase and new med that they added, but I had a lot more side effects. So, you know, yes and no. Depends on what you're
Yeah,
wanting to
uh,
be better.
there's a balance between seizure freedom and quality of life that's never really been adequately hit yet. And
right.
yeah, uh, I don't know. I think a lot of healthcare providers don't really see it that way or don't think about it that way. They view seizure freedom as the end all be all. And when that mark is hit, whatever goal that has been set in their minds for themselves, then there's a sense of self-satisfaction and job done, even if the patient is left, feeling like, hey,
Miserable.
I would rather just keep, go back to having a couple more seizures. They weren't that bad compared to some of this stuff, you know, like the
That's the point
constant
that I was at.
crushing brain fog versus,
When I was
some
on all
brain
of the
fog and a couple episodes of weird, tingly physical sensations. It's like, yeah, I'd rather just have some
when I
tingles.
switched doctors, I was going to tell them I want off of some of these meds because I cannot keep living like this. I was having so many side effects.
How
And
many
luckily
meds did
they
they have
agreed.
you on?
4.
4.
Yeah,
That's
I was
not.
on 4 when I went into the EMU and now I'm on 2.
Is that
They took me
including
off
rescue meds or is that for like full-time AEDs?
full-time AEDs. I've never had rescue meds.
Still not now, even?
Nope.
No, make them give them to you. Demand them. Sit in the waiting room and refuse to leave until they give you a rescue med prescription.
I've never really seen the point
Um,
in getting them for myself because I'm always by myself.
Oh,
I said the same thing. I
what
have nasal
about, do you
inhaler.
have like clonazepam or diazepam as needed for like days when you feel, or I use mine sometimes on days where I know the day
Something's
is
not
going
right.
to be stressful and I don't want to have in the back of my mind, am I pushing myself too much here? Or just, I don't know, if I don't want to think about it.
I
Um,
don't think that they've ever thought that mine were bad enough for that, I guess. I don't know.
Well,
And
you're
the
too
fact that I'm by
modest.
myself all the time, I can't.
You're too modest
I,
with your doctors. You need to scare them a little bit. Talk up your seizures and the symptoms.
oh, I did. I mean, I'm not hiding anything from them, but I can't give them to myself if I'm unconscious. And
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, that successful EMU stay, first successful EMU stay is always. Yeah.
Got something else here.
Did they catch it though with your last one, or are you waiting for the results still
well, I had
today?
one back in like 2022, and they got two or three seizures at that one, but the one I had just had in February, they got nothing. And now they're talking about doing an ambulatory, but I haven't called them back.
Okay.
What you waiting
Intentional
for?
is, yeah.
It's a cross between I don't think it's worth it. I don't want to do it,
Mhm.
kind of,
Well, at least you
because
have your own bed, right?
yeah.
She
Well,
doesn't want to mess up her hair.
the reason they talked about doing the ambulatory is because I started having those weird heart rate spikes like 6 weeks after they took me off half my meds. So I
Mm.
called, I'm like, hey, is this seizure activity, when your heart rate shoots from 50 to 200 and then right back down in the middle of the night? And they're like, well, maybe we should do an at home ambulatory. And that hasn't happened since. It happened for like a week and a half and then it stopped. And now they're just now calling me about it when that was, clear back a month ago since it's happened. So it's like, I don't know that I want to spend another week of my life hooked to a computer, which is probably not the best decision for myself to make, but I'll probably do it. I just am dragging my feet for the moment.
Also a little bit ironic considering you're sitting in front of a computer right now. Don't want to be hooked
Right.
up to one.
No,
Kind
I
of,
don't want to
kind
be
of,
hooked up to Wally.
kind of a little bit are hooked up to one.
Just a little. It's not the same as
No,
having all
it's
this
not.
stuff stuck to your head.
So, but I think an EEG would be so much better with my little kitty here. Would Jinx make an EEG any better, or would Jinx cause trouble?
I think Jinx would be walking across me and trying to rip all the leads out of my hair.
Jinx's stinker.
Would they
You're
let you
trying
bring your
to
cat to
increase
the?
stress. I think, like,
Yeah,
Would they
yeah.
allow
yeah.
you to bring your cat to the EMU? Say.
No, they're talking about doing one in my house, like coming and setting it up here,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
which that would make it much more tolerable than being in a hospital room, being escorted to the bathroom. But it's still
Yeah.
not going to be any fun.
There's an interesting point though, Kevin. Like it might be counterproductive to have the comforts of like your pets and all that stuff. If you're trying to stress us out to get us to cease, right? Make it as
Yeah.
intolerable as possible.
Well, and I looked it up. The half-life on all my meds are like one of them's like 50 to 60 hours,
So you
something
gotta
like
like
that.
start cutting them before you even show up, don't you?
Right. Get me off my meds for a week and then we'll come set it up for me. We'll see how I do.
Well, I'm sure they'll love that proposal.
I'm sure
Um.
they would.
How safe is
Well,
that taking like people off meds? I mean, because I know the benzos are. I mean, is it like I don't know, depending what people take. I mean, because that can be really dangerous, isn't it?
When
Taking,
they did mine in February, when I went in on
mhm.
4, and I was checked in on Monday morning and they didn't even have me off all my meds until Thursday. So they only had like Friday to monitor me without meds, and then they had to put me right back on the meds to send me home on Saturday.
Okay.
So
Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button.
That's
If you
that's hardly
are
any time at all. But,
I know.
using you guys as promotion. If you like Mark, press that thumbs up button. Wait, if you like Andrea, press the thumbs up button. Or Kevin,
Yo.
there you go. If you like these three, press thumbs up. If you like either of them,
What about if we like Pookie?
that's not a good reason to press thumbs up.
That's given. I mean, that's just like
He's
Yeah,
got
I
to
mean,
put himself in the
axiomatic.
mix too.
I'm
It's
just gonna see it on the YouTube channel. I mean, I don't need them to press it for me in particular. If you like the video or you like the people who are here, please press thumbs up.
Show some
yes,
love. Yeah.
yes. Pookie's good, but the rest of us all need that validation.
Yeah.
I like some validation every now and then, you know. But I got
Well,
something.
hey, you are the coolest, Pookie.
I'm doubting it, but I'll take it.
Grandmaster Pookie.
Anyhow, I got something here. Our epileptologist, the happiest neurologist. I'm in an inpatient rotation. My attending told me that in her experience and according to an old study likely a survey, all of the subspecialties in neurology, epileptologists were consistently the happiest. Any idea if that's true statement or any familiar with the study she's thinking of?
Not familiar.
I mean,
I don't know of
epileptologists
any
have
studies, to
the
be honest.
coolest patients. Just look at us, right? So when you're dealing with people as badass as us all day, why wouldn't you be happy? Certainly
Good point,
happier
Mark.
than all those other miserable professions.
Yeah, we don't come in and throw up on them.
Ah,
Yeah, I mean, not
projectile.
often.
Come in with projectile throwing up. That would be disgusting. Oh, anyhow, got something here, and it says burning rubber smell. Anyone? So I've had 8 tonic-clonic seizures, but 0 while I've been on Depakote. I was on Depakote for 4 years, then got off, and 8 months later, had my first seizure in years. I got right back on Depakote and scheduled an MRI EEG with my new neurologist. Yesterday, I drank a lot. In about 15 minutes, wait, I drank a lot, and about 15 minutes ago, I smelled burning rubber and got up and sort of had that bad feeling in my stomach that a seizure was coming. So I lay down and have been laying down ever since. Should I be worried tonight? I don't want to wake my family up and worry them. Should I take the extra Depakote to be safe? Thanks in advance, and this sucks.
I would not double down on that debit code, but because debit code's really effective, but it's got really tough side effects. And if you're gonna mix alcohol with debit code, that's especially dangerous. Um, it's really, really hard on your organs, your liver, your kidneys, and it's tough on the bones and over time. But uh, immediately, it's really, really, really bad for the. No, no, okay, I'm exaggerating a little there. It's just it's strenuous on the liver, and when you throw in alcohol, that's uh, it, it's a double whammy there. It can lead to fatty liver disease. Um, So just, just avoid that altogether. You know,
Yeah, there's a
You-
lot of medications where um the difference between an effective therapeutic dose and an overdose is smaller than, um, is well, yeah, smaller than many others. So some drugs are easy or are safe to take, more than the recommended, and some people get really comfortable with doing that. But there's somewhere, that window, an overdose versus an effective dose is so small that um, you don't want to be messing around with that. Certainly doubling up, and yeah, and Kevin, like you said, alcohol on top of that can even lower that window between the effective and an overdose. Um, Plus, who knows what other long-term effects. Um, so, yeah, it, it,
Just take your meds as prescribed.
yeah.
I gotta use that. Yeah, great advice. Got some comments here though. One says, "I used to walk around the house smelling the walls because I was so convinced that there was an electrical fire." Good night, Jeff. Another comment here says, "This can be an aura." I smell something burning like someone left an empty pan on a hot stove. Often I get up and make sure the kitchen is okay. Sometimes I have this really horrifying thought that it's coming from me, like I'm sensing my own brain burning down. I've never even considered it as a seizure warning, bringing this up with my neurologist too.
I've
Another
heard
comment
about
says, "It
like
sounds like you're having
phantom.
focal."
I've heard about
Go ahead.
phantom smells with other conditions. Isn't the smell of burnt toast associated with like an onset of a stroke, or or is it an aneurysm or something like that?
I've heard that, yes.
One of those two. Yeah.
I don't remember my stroke.
No.
I don't know if that's
I'm
good or
gonna I'm
bad.
gonna check into that because that's what it reminds me of, the smell of burning something, toast or whatever OP here said was burning, but that burning smell with a neurological condition, it just makes me wonder if there's something in common, something underlying there. Um,
Maybe like a certain
You
part
want
of
to
the
know something
brain. I
funny?
don't know, certain types of seizures.
Something, yeah, something like that. Why? I mean, why? I mean, obviously, there's something in common there. They're both happening in the brain. It's just at what point does that differentiate and separate, and where?
Because I have generalized seizures, so that's I've never had any sort of association with smells or any sights or anything, or hearing anything. So maybe like a certain lobe of the brain. I don't know. Wherever scent is associated with, perhaps. I don't know. It's just a theory.
Um,
quick toast to check in the burnt toast smell thing, and Google's AI says smelling burnt toast when nothing is burning is known as phantosmia. Phantosmia. An olfactory hallucination. It is far more strongly associated with a seizure, specifically temporal lobe epilepsy or a migraine, rather than a stroke. While pop culture often links this smell to a stroke, doctors say that is a myth, although it can rarely happen. So, how about that? They put that
I got
right up
something
there.
here.
I was
Two
looking at
things.
strokes and they said, no, seizures.
Mm.
Yeah.
I got two things.
Google's AI might actually be learning.
How about
One
yeah?
thing was stroke story. Funny about the stroke story is that I could not, when you said a phantom smell during a stroke, I couldn't smell anything because I was smoking while I was having the stroke. I just didn't know I was having a stroke. I just thought I was tired and I couldn't get my arm to my face to take the next hit. Uh, yeah, I had my vape pen in my hand. Yeah. And what was the other thing we were talking about? Oh, the
Toast?
phantom smells. The phantom smells, I got some of those recently, maybe yesterday, maybe the day before yesterday. Um, I just couldn't figure out what the smell was, and I still don't remember what it was, but it smelled like garbage, and then it smelled like, I don't know, just maybe like dirty trash, and then it smelled like just a dirty bathroom. And it was weird because I didn't know what was going on. So I'm like,
Uh,
put my
yeah.
head down, like, not me. Then I asked my mom, and she's like, I don't smell it. She's like, what does it smell like? And it's something I could not explain, but it stinks. That's all I could say. Something that stinks. And then somebody told me today that's a phantom smell, is what that's called. So now I know. I'm just getting smells popping up. Because, yeah, there was still no explanation for it, but it went away. So my mom didn't smell it. She was sitting right next to me. Uh,
Does anybody ever get phantom good smells, or is it always like rotten eggs and burning rubber and, you know, I guess
They smell
toast
like
isn't bad,
chocolate or
but
something. I know, right?
chocolate. Yeah, I'd like a seizure where I just
I don't know
inexplicably
what chocolate
smell
smells like.
chocolate for like 30 seconds and done.
Um,
That'd be great.
what does
That'd be much
chocolate smell
better than
like?
my.
Hmm.
I can't explain the smell of chocolate. I can't remember.
It was the first thing I thought of. Sorry.
Uh, I mean, you just, I can't define the smell of chocolate, but I know it when I smell it.
Mm.
Smells like chocolate.
Right. It smells like chocolate.
Oh, anybody catch the
Yeah.
reference there? The,
Hmm?
yeah. Oh, I'm just wondering if anybody caught the reference. I can't
I
define it,
didn't.
but I know it when I see it.
Mm.
Yes. When pressed on the definition of pornography, a conservative lawmaker could not.
He couldn't define the smell of pornography.
No.
Oh, I could describe the smell of
Pornography.
pornography.
Actually, yeah. That's touche. Good one there.
Oh man,
I would
I
rather
got
not.
something here. It says
Oh,
I don't know if I have a
who was
seizure.
it?
I'm not a hypochondriac, but yesterday when I fell asleep at work, I had a very short-lived dream. I was standing by my bed, and I had an earbud in my right ear. The earbud was violently speaking to me, and when it finished saying whatever it said, I couldn't speak or understand it. Its voice started to sound muffled, like my head was going underwater, and it felt like I was being electrocuted. When I finished and stood up, I was confused and confused to what had happened. In my dream, my TV was going on Rick and Morty, and slowly the TV started to get muffled, like my head was underwater, and the electricity started pulsing through my body, and I went stiff. I laid down and couldn't speak or yell for help. In my head, I was yelling, but I don't know if anyone heard me. Whenever it was over, I ran straight into my girlfriend's mom's room, and she and her mom were in there. I told her I didn't know what was wrong with me. She was confused to what I was talking about, which is strange because in my dreams, people automatically know what I'm talking about. Then her voice started to get muffled again, like I was hearing her while underwater, and I fell to the floor and started violently shaking and trying to speak when I couldn't. I waited till the electricity was over. I got up and hugged her and told her I loved her and that that was what I had to do and that's what had been happening. She was asking me if I was okay whenever she had asked that in her voice was getting muffled. I could understand, but her voice was muffled. I started shaking like I was electrocuted and tried waking up, but couldn't whenever the electricity was over. I got up, forced myself to wake up, and woke up. Whenever I woke up, the only part of my body that was physically affected was my biceps. And time was so long after I had went to sleep, so I was confused because I expected to wake up in the middle of the night, but it probably only been about 20 to 30 minutes after I had went to sleep. Can anyone explain this to me? It was the weirdest experience I've ever had and possibly thought I had a seizure mixed into dreams. Part of me also thought, what if I had a seizure in an alternate life and died and watched myself die in that verse? I haven't a clue to what had happened. The part that I found funny was, what if I had a seizure in alternate life? That's what I
Yeah,
wish. I wish I had a
I
seizure in alternate life.
I kind of was wandering for a bit, but that snapped me back. It's like had a seizure in a previous life and watched myself die. Something? What? That are we talking about medical issues still, or did we switch over to some like
No,
transcendental?
still talking about seizures.
Okay,
That's what was said. What part of
okay.
me also thought, what if I had a seizure in an alternate life and died and watched myself die in that verse? Never
Is this
experienced
like a
anything like
dream or
that.
something this person had, or
This is, I'm guess. Hey, I read it to you, man. I'm
Uh,
guessing this person is hoping it's a dream.
they
They
definitely
don't
said
think
it
it
was
was.
like, okay, I'm just gonna, I don't, I'll, uh,
Any
there
advice, or
was
should I
a
go to the comments?
lot of information there. So
Um, one
I
comment
keep
here says, sounds
forgetting
like
like
it could be nocturnal seizure, maybe a type that is called focal seizures with impaired awareness. Since, if I understood it correctly, you were kind of conscious during these episodes, I highly recommend to visit a neurologist.
I mean, kind of conscious during these episodes, or dreaming that they were kind of conscious during these episodes, maybe, or
Mm,
yeah, it's
weird trip.
yeah. it's-
One comment here
Seizures
says,
are
my
hard
son is,
enough to figure out when you're awake. It's doubly so when you're having them overnight and, you know, trying to piece it together afterwards. Um, I don't know. That's an interesting idea, though, an interesting thought. Have you guys ever dreamed about having a seizure?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had you confused those dreams with actually having had a seizure?
Mm.
Kind of took me a minute to piece it together when I woke up, but
Convincing
I did.
enough in the moment?
Yeah, it was really bizarre, and I wasn't sure what was going on. I'm like, okay, am I postictal or what? And I remember I got my camera out and like I checked my Fitbit, my heart rate, and then like went and looked through the cameras to see if I had had a seizure or not. I had a dream that I watched myself have a seizure and that I looked it up on my phone and watched it on the cameras too. That was all in the same thing. But then when
That
I
sounds
came,
disorienting.
yeah, so then I'm woke up and once I was really awake, I'm like, okay, did that really happen? And pulled my phone out and started checking all the things. And I had had no seizure. It was all just a dream.
Mm.
Sigh of relief. Right.
Yes. I was disappointed though,
Yeah, I
because I've never
haven't.
seen myself have one on camera. So I was like, oh, I get to see it on camera,
Yeah. Well,
No, you don't.
better luck
Uh,
next time.
basically.
um, I don't have any dreams about seizures that I can remember. Uh, but I have woken up with sleep paralysis, and I've woken up from a dream that was in a dream for some reason. Uh,
Oh,
it's like I
false
tried to wake
awakening.
myself up, and I woke myself up. I felt like it, and then something weird happened, and I remember running down a street, and then I remember waking up again. And yeah, I don't know if that's weird or normal, but another comment
It's
here says
unusual.
my
It's
son has
not.
nocturnal
Well,
seizures. Come again?
oh, sorry. Just on that. The, false awakenings. It's not. It's unusual. It's not like abnormal, like in a weird bad way, but it's fairly uncommon. So
Yeah, that's interesting that it has a name.
yeah,
Or I'll have dreams where all my teeth fall out.
I've
Uh,
had those. Yeah, just start like
I have
crumbling,
those.
like spit them out, it's like gravel into my hands and stuff. Yeah,
Yep, same dream. I don't know if it's a thing, but yeah, I've had.
it's a thing. Yeah, it's a thing. There was. Hold on, let me. I looked into it, and it was found that it's been associated with periods of emotional turmoil
Hmm,
holding up.
I'm sorry, that's not funny, but I'm
Um,
trying to think of the emotional turmoil I might have been going
yes.
through.
Dreams about teeth falling out are very common and usually symbolize feelings of powerlessness, anxiety, insecurity, or significant life transitions rather than a literal prophecy. Oh, I never thought it was a prophecy, but okay. These dreams often manifest during high stress periods, indicating a loss of control, fear of judgment, or difficulty communicating. Say many users on Reddit. There we go. That settles it. The
I have a
experts
warm
have
for
spoken.
expertise, yes.
I mean, there is some expertise on Reddit, but that's not
I
where
definitely
I
put a
go.
lot of, you know, I definitely think there is something to be said about dreams and the subconscious and um, what we're experiencing in real life. Yeah, I think there is something to be said about that. But yeah, and our real life fears. So they're not completely random.
Okay. I got something
That
there.
reminds me, I saw a podcast earlier this
Uh-oh.
week with some neurologist. I forget his name. No, I'll need to go look it up after this because it was pretty interesting conversation. But he was saying that he's um well he is putting forward a new hypothesis as to why humans dream while we are asleep. Excuse me. And he says that um, in their recent experiments, they had found that mice with vision who had been blindfolded had their visual cortex um, start picking up workloads from other parts of the brain, and basically, it's not doing visual work anymore. So it's, uh, scientists have always said that your other senses pick up the slack when you lose one. But he's saying that um, basically that this process happens so fast that when you go to sleep in that short amount of time, in a matter of hours, the brain's visual cortex is already being repurposed. So if you spend like half of a 24-hour period in asleep, or with your eyes closed, um, the brain is self-generating visual data um, to prevent the repurposing and um, redistribution of that uh, neural potential towards other sensory um, processes. So I thought that was interesting. It doesn't speak to the content of the dreams and why they're, you know, why they are what they are and all that, but as a hypothesis, it is justified in all of its reasoning.
There's
Problem
a
now
state.
is figuring how to test that hypothesis ethically.
Hmm.
Uh, but yeah, it was a very interesting discussion. I'll see if I can find the guy's name and because they talked about a few other things. He's Anyway, I thought you guys might find that interesting.
Makes me think about when I was working on cars. It's easier to see with your fingers if you close your eyes.
Yes. Yeah. You can see imperfections in a surface with your fingers better with your eyes closed. Yeah.
Or if you got your arm like all up in an engine and you're trying to put some sensor in or bolt in or something and you can't get it to line up, but if you close your eyes, you can get it.
Boom.
You
Yeah.
ever touch your nose with your eyes closed?
What? Yeah. Have you?
Yeah, I just did it.
Oh, good.
Just a random question. No reason in particular. Uh, but I got something here. It says, never have seizures during the EEG. Day 2 in the hospital, nothing yet. And I'm just so frustrated. I'm sleep deprived, off of meds, and I know it's only been 2 days, but this is my pattern. I will have a seizure the day before an EEG and the day after. Oh no, it says I'll have a seizure the day before an EEG, the day after, but never while hooked up. Sometimes I think They think I'm faking it. I hate this so much. Any tips on making myself seize?
I wish I
I love it
knew.
when people ask how to have a seizure. Uh, um, how do you have a seizure? I don't know. You got to find your trigger. Finding your triggers is the first place to
And
start.
well, and don't feel so bad. Don't think that the staff is talking about you and thinking that, oh, this person's probably just making it up just because you haven't had an episode show up on an EEG. Like, that is completely normal. They are in no way surprised and in no way second guessing your symptoms just because the little lines didn't go all extra squiggly when you were, connected to their machine. So rest
It's a very
assured
good
there
point.
you're in good company and they're not judging you.
Yeah. Hmm.
Did you enjoy your nurses at your EMU stay?
Some of
Enjoy
them are
them.
great. Some of them not so much.
Okay.
But they were all very
Um,
nice.
How was food? Did I ask that?
It was
Oh, my
actually
that
a
was
God.
lot better than I expected.
No.
nice.
I guess
Uh,
Uber Eats doesn't go to the hospital, does it?
it
I don't
does.
think so.
No.
Yes, it does. When I had a
Oh,
stroke, it came to me. Sushi, hot and ready.
Nice.
Yep. And Kate got me an eye patch and she sent it to me. I don't know if that's Uber Eats or Instacart, one of those things. Uh, yeah, because after my stroke, I was seeing double, and my left eye was all messed up. Now my
So
vision
she
is
just
just
like delivery instructions, like hand to the front desk, tell them it's for Pookie, they'll know what it means.
Oh no, he sent me a message and he said, "Where do I go to?" And I asked someone to go down and meet him.
Oh,
But yeah, there was that.
yeah,
Yeah.
it would be. I was wondering, how do you? Yeah, uh,
Okay. One
interesting.
comment here says, "Stress yourself and try all known triggers, even if you don't know they're yours. Look some up. They're just a fake course." Um, oh, you're just a fake course. We all are.
A
Another one says, "I had
fake
a 5 day
horse?
one
What?
time. I stressed myself so hard because I thought I wasn't going to have a seizure. Turns out all the stress and anxiety ended up triggering a seizure the last day. I know it's not fun, but I would just keep stressing yourself out. Just think about seizures and how much time you'll have wasted if you don't have one."
That was my
I don't
problem.
think
I
we ever
was
had.
too chill.
Um, yeah. Um, they have alcohol. Uh, I've done these so many times that someone told me they have hospital branded alcohol, so you can drink at your EMU stay. But you got to ask for it. So I don't remember what hospital that was at.
Do they have a limit?
Two more comments. I
Like,
don't
when are
remember.
they
This
gonna?
was just a person who was
Where do they
talking.
cut you off? Because
I thought you were here when that conversation came up. We were talking
yeah,
about it's coming close to you.
it's coming close to.
It was before your EMU stay, and we were talking about it with someone, and you were asking how do they have a seizure, and the person was telling us that. Yeah, you should definitely remember that one. I mean, oh no, not definitely, because did you have any
Hospital
seizures in
with a
the end, you
liquor
said?
license.
Mm,
He
what,
said it was hospital brand alcohol.
yeah. But does the hospital cut you off?
I don't know. I didn't ask
Or
those
can you just
questions.
black out every
Like,
single day you're in the
eh,
EMU?
Get
Just get
blackout
completely
drunk.
hammered.
It was
Get
vodka.
get
It was vodka.
over, yeah, get through it fast. Just don't remember any of it, whether you have a seizure or not.
yeah, these EMUs sound like
You wake up like, did I have a seizure?
they sound dangerous all of a sudden. Like, you know, you're
The
gonna
safest place to have
get
a seizure.
blackout drunk and drink cappuccinos and yeah, it's just
And
really,
skipping meds and
yeah.
Yeah, because they do the meds thing, and I didn't have a seizure, so I left. I didn't have a seizure after not taking the meds, and actually, they gave me my meds, and I kept telling them, I'm not going to have a seizure if you guys do this. And then the next day, they were talking about not giving it to me. Told them we could have started yesterday, but didn't have one. Unfortunately, I wish I knew how to seize, and I wish I had some good
Huh.
advice for this person.
next time you need to
Uh,
like squeeze a little bit harder, that might get it to pop.
okay, there's one more comment here. It says, I trained in bed while doing an extended EEG. I actually did like pull-ups and stuff in my bed to stress my brain out. It worked and I lost consciousness.
What are they doing
Start
pull-ups
working
on?
out. I didn't ask.
Yeah,
That
how
is,
does, what are they pulling on?
I have no
Uh,
idea.
uh,
That was
What?
Oh, maybe
wasn't
some of those hospital beds that have like, for people with broken legs who roll up and everything, they got like a little bar so that they can pull up to like sit up a little bit straighter or something, right? Isn't that a thing?
I think so.
I don't know. But you know what that made me think of is I found another show. It's called uh, One Day in My Body. Uh, yeah, and people have stuff that some of us might not have thought was possible because I didn't know about many of these things. But yeah, this one guy, he had his lower half cut off, and that's what made me think when you said the bar or whatever, because that's what he had to do. Uh,
Mm.
but he had a girlfriend, so that was very helpful to him as well. Uh, Definitely need someone in times like that. Um, so there's another something here. It says, pharmacist, switch my clobazam manufacturer. I feel worse. Anyone else? I take clobazam as a top up at bedtime if I feel seizure or very tired. 1 to 2 times a week on average. Normally, I get a little round tablets by the manufacturer Accord, but this time I received tiny lozenges shape from a manufacturer called Brown and Burke that I've never heard of before. Both tablets are the same strength, 10 milligram. Normally it makes me drowsy, but within an hour, sleep pretty well and wake up feeling refreshed as I had a decent night's sleep. This new version only made about 30% as drowsy. I didn't fall asleep easily. I slept more lightly than with the usual Accord pill, and today I felt rubbish, clumsy, dizzy, fatigued, and a bit sick. And it lasted about 24 hours before it wore off. I know what it feels like to take a normal clobazam, and this wasn't right. Anyone else given pills by an alternative manufacturer, and been affected differently? No, I've taken Lamotrigine from CVS for a very long time. And before I was taking Lamotrigine from CVS, I was taking it from the hospital. So, any of you guys ever switch brands and it affected you differently? It wasn't just talking about the clobazam. Yeah, because I don't even know who makes my Lamotrigine, to be honest.
I'm confused on what you mean by brands. I didn't know there were brands of
Like
Manufacturer.
trade name to generic or between
oh,
different
just the
generic
generic. Because
manufacturers.
okay, just like Onfi as opposed to clobazam. All right. Uh, no, I've never taken many name brands. Um, I don't think so. But
Yeah, I've only had generics.
yeah.
My pharmacy will switch up different manufacturers, even with generics sometimes, and I've never noticed a difference with any of them, other than maybe the size, shape, and color.
Yeah, they've s- included inserts in the past for like, notice, the shape or color of your medication has changed from what you've previously had, but it is the same active ingredient, the same dosage or whatever, we've changed um, generic manufacturers or providers or something. No, it's like, okay, it's always worked the same. So it never really was a question to me.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, there are some people um, who are that sensitive. Everybody reacts differently, as we always say, and there are some people who genuinely don't tolerate some meds like that. Even the same active ingredients, they're sensitive to inactive ingredients or um, who knows. But I suspect, maybe I'm just cynical, but I have suspected in some of those cases that that it's placebo and the people have convinced themselves that their body is so special that it can only handle the name brand only. Um, and so they experience bad things when they're told it's a generic this time. It's like,
You mean like hypochondriacs?
yeah, yeah. It's like I wonder if they swapped it out, double blind, if that would if they would still be able to tell, if they would still get those symptoms and be able to tell if the which is the generic, which is the name brand without having like a visual cue like the shape and color of the pill itself. Just here's a cuppy with a, crushed up tablet in it. It's your medication, but we're not telling you if it's the trade name or a generic.
Um,
You tell us, right?
okay, so this is from CVS, and also this is from CVS. And they put it in different bottles sometimes. Sometimes they give me this bottle that just says Lamotrigine, and sometimes it just says Lamotrigine on a bottle like the orange ones. Um, but that's how I figured out what the brand on this medication is. It looks like it says Zydus, Zydus. That's who makes this Lamotrigine. I don't know if you guys have that one. or that brand in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got
Well,
something else here though. Says our body is a fragile baby, high all. The subject says it all. As silly as it sounds, do you guys ever feel like our body is just a small child that needs extra attention? We have to watch our every step we take, make sure we stay on a healthy diet, get exercise, which I do love, get proper sleep, etc. I'm learning slowly that I have to take these things very seriously, not just like a bit of watch these things, but it's life or death because I don't want brain damage. I am going to have an MRI soon to see if I do because my memory is getting worse. Frequent auras as well. So I gotta say, life is not fun anymore, to put it simply. It's just trying to survive. What's the point? I hate this. Do you guys agree? And any advice is welcome. Thanks for understanding, guys. It's nice to have some place where I can express my frustration. Um, yeah. Do you ever feel like your body is fragile?
I feel like it
Sometimes I
throws
feel
temper tantrums a lot.
uh, sometimes I think I get treated like I'm fragile, which doesn't feel the best, but sometimes that's just people's ways of showing they love you. Treat you like a baby to protect you. It's all out of love. I mean, most of the time. I don't want to speak for everyone. But one comment here says, I've taken care of two fragile children, my infants who wouldn't sleep through the night for 2 years. As long as you take your meds, trust me, there is no comparison. Having epilepsy is no picnic and must be managed extensively. But taking care of children is a whole other level of stress. Totally worth it because we have fun, but it's worn me to the bone.
You know, I think the way the human body has evolved, it's pretty amazing because even though we do have a crazy, you know, disorder, it's like the way your frontalis is and the ridges on your skull like this, you fall, you lose consciousness. The way it's designed, it protects your eyes. Everything is, the occipital, bones around
strongest
your
bone in the
eyes.
body.
Everything is designed to protect yourself. And it is a marvel of nature to, I think we are designed to self-protect, and if we treat ourselves properly, if we eat, I always emphasize eating right and stuff. If we, I know it's an autoimmune, it is an autoimmune disorder, right? Epilepsy. I don't know, but um, if we cooperate with it, and you know, I don't want to oversimplify it, of course, but um, no, I don't think the human body is overly fragile. I think it's just a you know incredible result of evolution.
Okay. I got something here though. It says not being able to sleep. Does anyone else also have trouble falling asleep and staying asleep? I have weird work schedule where sometimes I have to get up at 5 a.m. and others later in the day. So when I try and sleep for my early shifts, I toss and turn and can't turn my brain off. And I hate it because when I don't sleep well, I get bad auras and headaches that last all day and make it miserable. And my neuro has switched my medication, So I now take 750 milligrams of Depakote at night and 1,000 milligrams of Keppra, and that hasn't seemed to help. About a year ago, before I got diagnosed, I used to be a heavy weed smoker, and that helped my sleep so much. But when I mentioned it to my neuro, they pretty much said, I'm too young. I'm 18, by the way, and said I shouldn't, but I really want to go against her word, even though I don't think my parents would be happy whatsoever because my first cluster of seizures traumatized them. So I'm kind of at a loss on what to do. Uh, I guess I have trouble falling asleep. Mine's insomnia, though. I don't know if it's your meds. It could be. Uh, yeah, insomnia from Lamotrigine. That's what caused my insomnia. It's Lamotrigine, and it's hard to sleep. And what I can suggest, shit, I don't know. Uh, I just take it a day at a time. I don't know anything that's going to help. Some people told me turn the lights off 30 minutes before. Did that. Didn't work for me. Yeah, basically, there's days where I just lay there and yeah, just lay there, and every 30 minutes, 40 minutes, I come to, I guess, and I'm like, was I asleep or was I awake? And basically, I'm just daydreaming through the night. And I, like every 20 minutes, sometimes I'll wake up and I'll be like, well, not wake up because I wasn't asleep, but the whole night I'll just be laying there. But yeah, think I'm dreaming, but it's a daydream, basically. I'll do that. If I go to sleep, sometimes lay down at 12, I'll think I'm asleep. And then I'm like, no, actually, I wasn't asleep. I've been staring at the ceiling the whole time, and time flies when you have insomnia. Sleep is
I
crazy.
imagine it just can't be like a constant, you know, no break in being awake is it's got to be it's got to mess with your mind a little, right?
Eh, what's weird is if I didn't take the B12, the fatigue from the meds would be there. So I can sleep easier if I didn't take. I can sleep easier in the daytime, basically, which is weird. I can take a nap sometimes if I wanted to, but in the nighttime when I need to go to sleep till sun comes up, uh, I usually lay there just thinking. My mind doesn't shut off. That's what it feels like. Just laying there, and a few hours later, I'm like, have I been awake? Oh yeah, I'm still awake. Uh, to everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button, um, and continue to watch.
I feel like
Yeah.
that voice in my head kind of slowed down a few years ago when I started taking the Onfi or the Clozan, you know, and started sleeping well though. 20 milligrams, it's not even a heavy benzo, but you know,
How
I'm
much you
tired a
take?
lot. 20 milligrams. Oh, no. 40 milligrams at night.
Oh, yeah. These are tens, uh, and they will expire before I take one. But
Tired a lot though. A lot of fatigue during the day.
mm, I got a neurologist that I didn't want, so I'm not going to take those meds that he suggested in 2 seconds after I told him what was wrong. But to one of the comments here about not being able to sleep, the first one says, I relate to this, currently having trouble sleeping, restlessness, active brain. As I increase my Lamictal dose, Give your body grace. You're still young. You have so much time to adjust and heal. Wishing you good night's sleep. Another comment says, audiobook or similar on a timer helps me fall asleep. No problem. You don't want something too mentally engaging, but I guess it's like a bedtime story. Fiction or news works best for me. Another comment here says, my ad hoc coping mechanism involve drastically reducing size of dinner, string gently, um, curtailing liquid intake 2 hours before bed, and playing bass heavy song on a loop. Third part of aforementioned approach functions similarly to a lullaby. Suffer from similar issues and manage to eke out some mileage from this tactic. I just read it as it
Any
says. If
guys,
you didn't understand, come
sorry,
again.
Pookie. Sorry, Pookie, what were we saying?
Um, if it sounded confusing, I'm just saying I read it as it says, word for word. It made no sense to me either, but I figured I'd finish reading it.
Dude really broke out his thesaurus for this one. Um, no offense, stupid. Uh, so he
Suggestions on guilt.
he can't sleep. That's the bottom line. Okay, that's his problem. Or all right. I agree with the one thing about uh nothing too stimulating. That's why I always try to tell myself a story before going to bed.
Um,
Nothing too complex. Like it's really it, like yeah.
there was someone told me try like listening to your breathing, focus on your breathing. So I tried that,
Mm.
and it just feels like my brain is too active. Like I'll tell myself, focus on your breathing. I'm telling myself quietly. And then just so much crowds my mind that my mind is just running and thinking about everything else. And I'm trying to focus on my breathing and it doesn't work.
Right. And you can't let your mind run too much, and that's the problem. Because then you start to think
How do you stop it?
all the stupid thoughts come in, like, oh, there's got to be something that rhymes with Thursday, oh, or orange, and what's try to do all that math in your head, and all these stupid thoughts, they never stop, and oh my God. So that's why, I start off with like a simple, I'm in a boat, and then I start driving down a river, and I start fighting Neptune or something, and never
Tell
stop,
yourself a
don't
bedtime
stop.
story, right?
Yeah, this is what I do when I'm trying to go to sleep. Don't, but you don't stop the narrative. Keep going. So, but it can't be that complicated. Don't invest too much creative thought or emotion into it. It's just got to be something simple, you know, like counting sheep. Just keep it rolling. Keep it rolling.
Good for me.
Yeah.
Kevin, do you take Xcoperi?
No.
Okay. Well, Andrea, since you do, I got one for you. It says, how
Okay.
long did it take for Xcoperi to reduce your seizure or be seizure free? I started this med in November 2025, and I'm not a big fan of the side effects. Tired and still have episodes. However, I don't want to stop it if there's potential for it to be helpful. I want to see. So, y'all think it will eventually do its job? Yeah, I do. I guess we could all enter that one. I think eventually it'll do their job. I don't count any med out except Keppra. Uh,
I would definitely say they haven't been on it long enough to know they could still maybe do dosage adjustments or, I mean, unless we count the heart rate spikes that are unexplained, I am over 6 months seizure free. I haven't had a tonic-clonic since last July, and I chalk the majority of that success up to Xcoperi. I think I've been on it about a year. So it sounds like they haven't been on it just since November. That's not really that long because it takes, several weeks to even get it to a therapeutic level. And then they're going to have to do dosage adjustments and stuff to get it right for you. So definitely, if the side effects aren't absolutely terrible and you can't deal with them, then give it more time. Talk to your doctor, see if he would suggest, if they would possibly think a dosage adjustment would help.
all right. The first comment here says I'm on the max dose and it has reduced my focal awareness seizure count, but it took quite a few months. I've been on it about 8 months, and I've noticed in the last 2 or so months, but I'm in the process of getting surgery because my medicine isn't helping enough. So I'm not sure how great of an example I am. Haha. Another comment says I take CBD and hempiso. It worked great. Another comment says I have VNS and I take Xcoperi. It's the 13th medication they tried on me after 15 years of seizures. Haven't had one in 3 years now. So Xcoperi does help. There's people
I think
talking
it's a
about that.
great medication.
Yeah, only reason I take it is because I need sleep. Everybody tells me it works
Might
for
help.
sleep. Um,
Should
oh,
ask your next neuro about it. Ask him if that would be a good option for you.
mm.
What are the side effects of that? Does it make you sleepy or anything the next day? Or
You know, it's hard for me to say, but in the beginning, I thought that I had absolutely terrible drowsiness and stuff. And but at that point in time that they put me on the Xcopri, that was my fourth medication, and I was on four at the same time. So as soon as I took my night meds, 30, 45 minutes, I was unconscious. I was asleep. I was out like a light for a good 6 hours at least. But since they've lowered my dose, took me off of the other two meds and I'm only on two now, it's doesn't, I don't really notice it so much. I mean, I still sleep great. I think I got 8.5 hours of sleep last night. So I'm sleeping really
Bravo.
good. Yeah, I'm sleeping really good, but I'm not feeling just like I'm dragging ass all the time like I was before. And it doesn't instantly, 30 minutes and I'm out like it did before. I can take my meds and still be up for, a couple few hours if I want to be. So I think that the insane sleepiness and all of that was just the fact that I was on a way over medicated at that point in time.
I can totally understand that. Yeah, I I I feel I could drop a lot of medicines myself, or at least lower them. Um, they're doing that. I've said before, very slowly, and yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. It puts it into a good perspective.
Where did I cut out at?
I was talking.
You were talking when I cut out?
I think
Uh,
so.
some,
Oh,
yeah, yes, yes. Andrea was talking.
okay,
Yeah,
good. Um,
we could go check YouTube, rewind,
uh,
and see where you disappeared. But
no,
I don't know
I
if
had
it's
some
that
service
important.
issues. My laptop didn't load either, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And then the Wi-Fi
Oh,
went out, and I'm like, "All right, well, I know what's going on. Just didn't know if anything got unplugged under there because about time I got time to reach for the door, the Wi-Fi was back on." But I didn't know if I had started saying the post. I said I got something here, and I guess it went off then. But
Probably.
you never said you had anything there. Andrea was talking, so, and Andrea finished her point
okay,
before
good.
you got back, right? Or
That
Yeah.
means my service is out for a long time because I
yeah.
was talking. Definitely.
It wasn't that long. It was pretty quick. Maybe your
Um,
connection was spotty before you dropped off.
that's what I was thinking. Um, but yeah, I got something here. It says, "Does Keppra have any psychiatric uses? How does it affect mood?" 22-year-old female. After a seizure landed me in the A&E last week, my neurologist added Keppra 500 milligrams to my treatment with the approval of my psychiatrist. Does Keppra have any psychiatric uses? I know some AEDs do, like valproic acid, Lamictal, etc. How does it affect your mood? What is your experience with AEDs and mood? Um, I could
Keppra,
say how my experiences are with AEDs and mood. I took Keppra and it was horrible for the mood. Uh,
yeah. Keppra is not one of those psychiatric medications that's also found a use for epilepsy or vice versa. Kepra's the other way. Keppra causes problems more than helps them, from what I've heard. Psychiatric issues, at least the mood
It's
swings
certain
and stuff. The
certainly
others,
fucked up my head.
yeah, the others are known as more mood stabilizers, and Kepra's kind of the complete opposite. But not everybody who takes it has Keprage, and yeah, so
I would
um,
say if they're needing to get their psychiatrist approval to go on this medication, that they should have a
think
second
twice.
thoughts about that because
Yeah,
that's Keppra with an existing psychiatric condition seems like a really bad idea to me.
yeah, there's a black box warning there for a very, very good reason, big reason. And yeah, they don't slap those on drugs lightly, because that's once they put that warning label on a medication, that its profitability like takes a nosedive, and that, you know, they just um um yeah, they don't just say this medication may cause suicidal ideation just all willy-nilly. Um, so they take that so yeah, I would suggest
A different
everybody else
medication.
yeah.
everybody else takes that warning label seriously too. Um,
Certainly do put them lightly. The side effects, I just looked them up for Keppra. Oh,
Um,
serious side effects, behavioral toxicity. Mhm,
is that
mhm.
the first one?
No,
is
it
that
says
their
if you have,
euphemism for being an asshole?
That's a. It says if you seek immediate care if you get this. Severe behavioral changes include oh, behavioral toxicity is hallucinations, psychosis, depression, suicidal thoughts. But those are extreme. The regular side effects are basically sleepiness, fatigue, dizziness, vertigo, loss of energy, irritability, mood swings, anxiety, agitation, hostility, and anger. Those are the normal side effects.
You start
Okay.
out with the irritability, and then you get hostile, and then you get suicidal.
Then you're toxic. Yeah. That's
Um,
then your behavior is tough. Uh,
the comments here say Google Keppra rage. It's a known term. It affects people in different ways. For me, when I started having seizures 4 years ago, got Keppra, my wife noticed a change in my mood after a few months, more quick to anger, more grumpy, less active, drowsy, and just lethargic. I got off it and was prescribed another med that fits me better. No mood swings, no lethargic feelings. For 2 years, I wasted my life on Keppra, dealing with the mental health issues it brought along. Wishing you the best. Sending prayers your way. Another comment says, it made me pretty irritable. I have PTSD and pre existing mood instability. It's notorious for Keppra rage, causing extreme anger in some individuals. I was never on extreme, just irritated easily. A couple more comments. One says, no issues here. I'm sure it does in some, but currently doing fine. Another comment says, oof. I was a victim of Keppra rage, got kicked out of school, and was constantly looking for some type of fight. I was really bad. Most people don't have a ton of side effects, though. Lots of people take much high doses and they're totally fine. I just question yourself a little more carefully over the next few months until you know how it affects you. Um, if you guys heard me say something weird at the beginning, because oof was there, so I said oof, just in case you were like, what the hell did he say? Yes, I said oof with 3 O's and an F. One more comment says, I haven't had a bit of trouble with Keppra. There were some good experiences. Oh, how you guys feeling? 8 hours in?
yeah, I'm gonna have to head to. Oh, been a big day. Brain's all toasted. Gotta get a good night's sleep for tomorrow. And the cats are hungry, all of them. And they just,
Oh, you didn't feed the cats?
no, man. I had to come
All
talk to
right.
you guys.
I was about to sign
Uh,
off myself.
all right. Well,
Put
perfect
a bow
timing
on
then.
it.
To the people out
Hey,
there watching, press that thumbs up button one last time, and we'll catch you guys later next Friday. But also tomorrow on the morning show, 9 a.m. Pacific. We'll be live. And that's it.